All right, legends. We are live. Bright and early. Bright and early. How is everyone doing on this fine morning? Bitcoin is holding up relatively well. How is everyone doing? All right, legends. Good morning, legend. Good morning. Good morning. Ding, 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 ding. Today, in approximately 1 hour from now, we have inflation data. And this inflation data will likely give us insights on whether or not we get rate hikes or rate cuts at the next FOMC meeting. So, should be a pretty critical day. Overall, there is still pretty decent chances that we get rate hikes this year, but this inflation print may keep the market afloat a little bit longer. So let's see. Morning, the main man. Rude crypto boy. Good evening from here. Englishman in Vietnam. My man. Charlie Dino. Today is pretty special. Many things going on like solar eclipse, the 6-planet alignment, showers, and of course, Bitcoin movement. The legend has entered the chat. What's up, boss? Aditya. Hope you're well, my man. Good morning, Stephen Gardner. Good morning, people. Gemma Gov is in the house. Elon442. My man. It's funny when I show you the screen here, you could see my recommended content, and it's tennis and football. Is there numbers today? Yes, there are numbers today. There are numbers today. Today, we will be getting the inflation rate year over year, the core inflation rate month over month and year over year, as well as the inflation rate month over month. So, very, very interesting. We had a little bit of an increase yesterday for existing home sales. And then tomorrow, we get PPI. So, should be very interesting. Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a pump here. We are now back above the point of control. So, pretty significant move up here. Trades, legends, my trades are still looking the same, still holding the big Bitcoin short, still hoping for a little bit higher before I can add to my position. Still believe that Bitcoin will likely make a lower low in this bear market. Still holding my Tau short, still holding my Bitcoin long from the lows, still holding another Bitcoin short, and then the other Bitcoin short that I'm holding is still up with stop loss at break even. This one secured around $15,000 in profit, and I have around 8,000 in unrealized. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting period in the market here. I think that a lot of people are open to the idea that Bitcoin can go lower, but because of this, this is why in my previous video update, I talked about how I'm hopeful. I still think that there's a chance that we can push up and catch people off guard. A lot of people are saying with absolute certainty that the top is in, and I'm not a fortune teller, guys. I'm not a fortune teller. I enter favorable positions, I stay in those positions, and I let the market do its thing. But because of the fact that there is more liquidity on the higher time frames to the upside, it does make me think that there is a possibility here that we can wipe out some shorts in this market. I would love to see that. But right now, let's not ignore the fact that the structure is still bearish, but we're holding up above key levels. You can see here that yesterday, if we zoom out a little bit more on the 12-hour, we effectively reclaimed the point of control, the 200-week moving average, and the uptrending anchored VWAP. So this is not something to ignore, in my opinion. I might look to shave some more profits from my long relatively soon. Let's see. Hey, good morning, Matt. Let's pump. Do I think that today's CPI could be the catalyst for the next big move? Yeah, it's possible. Dump it in an hour, cause the eclipse. Good afternoon from Indonesia, Legend. Legend. Hi, Legends. Yo, waiting to short from 67K or long from 61.5K. Just join the Telegram community and you're a trader on MindPillar. Let's start the trading journey. Yeah, so yesterday I posted in my community that there's 3 main potential scalp longing opportunities. Number 1 is actually the first one that we could be seeing right here, where you reclaim the point of control, the 200-day moving average, 200-week moving average, excuse me, and the uptrending anchored VWAP. I know a lot of people wouldn't want to consider a long here. I get it, and I'm positioned for much lower, so I'm not particularly stressed about it. But now that we're breaking above, if we can manage to get a retest, I actually think that this may be a trigger for a long. Now, if we break down from here, and keep in mind, guys, the reason I'm talking about longs is because I am heavy into shorts right now. I'd like to add more to my shorts, but this is not a level where I want to add. From a scalping perspective, it's abundantly clear that 62.5K provides a significant pivot in the market as well. Look how many times we've wicked into it. Look at this recent pivot over here. So if we break down from here, the next trigger would be here for at least a little scalpy bounce. If we break down from there, then we have the most significant level, in my opinion, the highest confluence zone within this range, the value area low of the range where we like to get those reactions, the golden pocket as well, and a lot of local liquidity can be found right down to that level. So today, on the 1 week, there's more longs in the market, 24 hours, more longs in the market, but the more you zoom out, the less clear it really gets in terms of liquidity, at least. Now, structurally, we are still in a bear market. I think it's important that I keep reminding you guys of that. But let's see. Let's see what comes out of this. Pumping into the data makes me think it's inflation. It's going to come in hot. Hi, how do I join MindPillar? So you can't. So if you're asking about these tools here, guys, you can join those tools if you're in my community. So if you sign up down below and you're within my Telegram community and you've made it in the Telegram community, this gives you initial access to the tools as well. On top of this, we're launching a paid option if you guys want to pay, but I know some people don't. So what usually happens with trading is when you trade, it generates a little bit of fees if you are a regular trader in the market, and therefore those fees can go towards the MindPillar tool, which basically provides you that access so long as Yeah. Now, Kraken, unfortunately, we still require a little bit of manual work with Kraken. So what this means is if you're trading on Kraken with me, or if you're trading on Kraken with my affiliate link, just message me on Telegram and we're trying to get that sorted. Now, it's been a little bit longer because all of the rest is automated, but bear with me here. We've added Kraken as a recent partner on the channel. Top exchange. Let's see. Let's go through some comments, guys. Inflation data comes out. Scam pump 2, 64.8, 65, then again rejection and dump. The pump from today was mainly from shorts closing. Let's see. Let's see. We have a lot of local liquidity here. And we had some bullish, check this out, we had some bullish CVD playing out on the 1 hour. On the 4 hour, potential bearish CVD. But I might remove the aggregate here for CVD making lower lows. Crash now or I will cut it off. People screaming for a nuke up before a nuke down to chop out both sides more and more means it ain't gonna happen. Ah man, Purchase Media, my man, it's been like, as per my updates in the group and also in my latest video, this is like, you guys know I'm a swing trader, guys. I am a swing trader. So what this means is I typically enter my positions and I hold them for a while. I milk the profits on the way down if I'm in a short. I milk the profits on the way up if I'm in a long. However, this range has not provided great swing trades. It really hasn't. So you can play the local scalps and we'll try to do that. Maybe today we get a cheeky little live scalp on the stream. But the thing with scalps, legends, is I take the trade and if I get favorable price action, my stop is moved to break even, particularly in this kind of environment. This is not a market where I want to be net long. And so if I am taking scalp longs, I am very quick to protect myself. So yeah, we will. Legends, is the connection okay? Should be, right? I look rough, guys. I need to get a haircut relatively soon. Yeah, smash that like button if you haven't already. Let me know if the connection is okay. We have inflation data coming out in less than an hour here. Yep, it's okay. Okay, perfect. So nice, guys. So nice when I travel around and I can find a good studio to film. It's just awesome. He's in the Starbucky. You know, legends, they don't have the greatest coffee. But what I will say is they are one of the earliest coffee shops to open. So I was up this morning at 5 and I went for a nice little stroll to prepare for today's live stream. Speaking of which, my friends, it's going to be a long one today. I plan to push 5 hours, probably over 6, maybe even 7. So let's see. A haircut? You barely have any. Yeah, you look like you have incredible hair, my man. But I mean the sides, the beard. I'm a little bit scruffy lately. All right. All right, all right, all right. There are some crazy high leverage shorts very near to the current price. I completely agree. Yeah. Like, so you see on this chart, guys, you see here, there is 50x leverage, 100x leverage. The biggest amount of leverage really close by. The blue is when you start to get into less leveraged positions. So but guys, remember, we've discussed this before. Leverage is no issue. Leverage is no issue because as long as you understand the risk that you're taking with your capital in terms of the overall percentage of your trading portfolio, then you could use whatever leverage you want. Math is handsome. Thanks, my man. Appreciate it. A full homeless degenerate scalping beard. Yeah, it's time. Are we expecting a pump or dump after CPI? Well, let's see what the data gives us. Going into CPI thus far, we've actually been dumping. I mean, if you look at properly from the pivot that we took on Sunday. So maybe we actually can see potential continuation. So this should be interesting. In terms of highly aggressive positions, this is like a zone where you don't want to be risking a ridiculous amount of capital. And I shared it in the group as well, guys. I'd rather wait to see if we can resolve to the upside or to the downside in our high confluence zone. Let's pop this out. Let's answer some questions. Pop out chat. Why does it always do that? Okay. All right. So, what do we have here? What do we have here? If CPI comes negative, it's bullish, and when positive, it's bearish, right? Well, the thing is, if inflation is too hot, makes it difficult to cut rates. It makes it difficult. I could not follow you for a while. Can you please tell us what is your short-term view on the Bitcoin price action? Absolutely, man. My short-term view on the Bitcoin price action is there's a chance that we can continue to push on higher. I see a lot of people getting overly bearish when the reality is, guys, we've just been in the same range, right? So long-term, I'll start with long-term because I think that long-term is more important. Some of you guys are degens. Long-term, this is what I think. I talk about it in every single video. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Where did my amazing drawing go? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Please, there it is. Long term, I think something like this. This is like, call it more medium term. Short term, your guess is as good as mine. Honestly, the fact that we're holding above the uptrending anchored VWAP is a very decent sign. But if we start breaking down, then naturally the next confluence zone for me to attempt a long happens here. 62.5, right at around that region. Let's see. I saw someone ask about swing trading. Swing trading. Hi, Matt. I want to know how much I should risk per trade as a swing trader. Haku. So it really depends what you're comfortable with. I'm not going to sit here on camera and tell you guys that my risk management has always been incredible in my trading journey. When I first started, I had some horrible losses, and unfortunately, that's why I'm able to follow proper risk management now. It's the tuition that you pay to the market, right? You take a couple of trades, you get some massive wins, you get overly confident, and then you get wrecked. So now, my risk management, what I generally recommend, and this is still considered aggressive, but it's what I'm personally comfortable with. On my big swings, I'm usually risking between 3 to 5% of my trading portfolio. Now, what this means is 3 to 5% of my trading portfolio is the amount of capital that I can stand to lose if the trade doesn't work out. I will repeat that. That is the amount of capital of my total trading portfolio that I am willing to lose if a given trade doesn't work out, one of my bigger swing trades. If I take between 1 and 2%, it's because it's a trade that I don't really want to size into, and maybe it's slightly less probable, but it's still probable because obviously if it wasn't, I wouldn't be taking a trade. And if I do anywhere between, now I talked about it in the group, 0.25 to 1% of my trading portfolio, that's what I would consider day trading or scalping. And I might look to start implementing some more scalps. I talked about it in my latest video. Might have my scalping hat on, but most certainly will not impact my swing trades. So I hope that makes sense. I'm curious, based on these questions, start a poll. We got a lot of people that are bearish. Jay Beers, I feel like the higher and leverage, the more room. Feel like the higher and leverage, the more room. Am I reading that properly? I feel like the higher and leverage, the more room. I have to give it percentage-wise. How do you manage your leverage? I know you say it doesn't matter, but it sort of does. But it doesn't, right? The lower the leverage, the more room. Great question. Brother, how relax sleeping with many of the trade passion? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you're asking about how to sleep with a lot of active trades open. And the answer is, the only way you can do that is if you're comfortable with the risk that you're taking. If you're taking too much risk and you're worried that your trade won't work out, or you're excited that your trade will work out, whatever it may be, whatever is causing you to not sleep at night, it simply means you're risking too much. That's it. Period. Period. There's no, that's it. If you're risking too much capital, you will struggle sleeping at night. Can you please guide us what is CPI and how it can affect Bitcoin? So CPI is inflation, core price index. And basically, if it comes in hotter than expected, it makes it likely that we don't get rate cuts. But we're already, here's the thing. If it comes in lower than expected, what's probably going to happen is, I don't think that we're going to all of a sudden start seeing that there's going to be a increase in the probabilities of getting rate cuts. So ease in this case. I just think that the probabilities of a rate hike start dropping, and then we sit in a period of, you know, more uncertainty in the market where there's just no change across the board. After the last FOMC meeting, the probabilities of a rate hike went up to 80%. Now it's at 46%. So, you know, the Fed's dual mandate, maximum employment and price stability, they need to balance the two. And they have this tool at their disposal, cutting rates, hiking rates, to assist them in that endeavor. So let's see. If you're asking me what the actual inflation data will be, it's impossible for me to know, guys. I'm not a fortune teller. No one knows. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that already know, but that's what it is. Bitcoin is pumping a little bit here ahead of the data. How do I follow your trades again? If you want to follow my trades and see how I've been trading the overall market, guys, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. So you literally click this link, or you can use the link in the description down below. So you scroll down, click this, it'll bring you to this page. You click send message and you just type the word BTC. It'll prompt you to sign up with one of my affiliate exchange links. And if you've already done that, you could say that you've already signed up with me through the YouTube links, and then you paste your UID and you get access to the group. The UID is, by the way, guys, the UID is literally just something that is right up here. So you see here, CBM trades, this is my UID. And that, if you paste that into my automated system, it will verify and you'll be able to join the group automatically. Otherwise, if you're already trading on Kraken and you want to join my community, we can transfer you under my referral. It's a little bit more of a manual process, but I know that there's some people that have been trading on Kraken for years. And so if that's the case and you'd prefer sticking with Kraken and joining my community, there is that option as well. Just DM me on Telegram and just go through the options. There will be an option saying I'm already trading elsewhere. Then you go down and you click trading on Kraken and you'll get an automated message that says, great, we can transfer you under my referral, blah, 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 blah. It's very, very easy. The steps are straightforward, but I will film a small tutorial on this along with a tutorial on MinePillar. I know it's been heavily requested, guys. Ramnath, my man, this is a surefire way to get blocked. If you ask one more time, you're cooked, man. If you signed up with Weeks for another guy, and you could also just make a new Weeks account and just use that one. Let's take a look at Link for a possible short. Sure. You went live early today, Matt. I did go live early today. Normally I'm live in another like 30 minutes or so. I've been live for what now? We're 19 minutes in? 30 minutes in, sorry. My stream on my side for some reason is lagging a little bit. I like to look at SpaceX as well. Interesting. I want to make an account on Weeks. I'm using Binance right now, and they recently launched official stocks, not futures. That's a big part of why I'm moving away from Binance. Why I'm not moving away from Binance. Does Weeks have stocks? Yes, Weeks has stocks. There we go. Gerardo Soriano is back in the house with the bullish comments. Hello, Matt. Institutional Perma Bull is back. Great vacation. You guys better be hedged. Crypto market is going to take a lot of traders off guard. Be safe out there. I do agree. Be safe out there. Waiting for hype. God candle. No, you cannot join with XNS or Binance. Don't have that option. Sorry, guys. Do-do-do-do. By the way, I prefer you starting live streams 30 minutes before. Maybe taking a poll on this. I probably won't take a poll on this because one, I've done it before, and two, guys, I'm doing this because I enjoy doing it. And if I have to start, for example, at a certain time perfectly every single time, this might start feeling like a chore, which it is currently not. You know, I enjoy trading the market. I enjoy sharing my thoughts with you. I enjoy spending time with you guys, and I like to have that flexibility in my schedule. So yeah, hope that makes sense. If I want to start at 6 a.m. my time, I'll do it. If I want to start at 9 a.m. my time, I'll do it. But I always update you guys as to when I start the streams. Did you take a scalp long from the VWAP? Currently, no. So what I would be looking for would be a retest. Otherwise, maybe a cheeky little SFP from up here for a short. This is a powerful 4-hour candle, guys. We're closing in 50 seconds. So this is a nice 4-hour candle. Making an account on Weeks. Do you have a referral code, Matt? Talha, if you want to use my referral code, just click the link in the description down below. You click here, and you're able to join. Right here. Guys, excellent 4-hour candle for excellent 4-hour candle for Bitcoin. Excellent. Check it out. We're closing back above a pivot. Very nice to see. At what time will we get the CPI results? In 30 minutes from now. Oh, guys, I want to show you something really cool with MindPillar. What we're going to do, actually, because you're asking about it, we will be looking for a way to share with you. Check this out. Check this out. This isn't ready yet, and keep in mind, these are right here. This is what our developer just sent me now. So we're working on this. Keep in mind, these are not perfect numbers right now, but look at this. Look at what we're building for you guys. So, I mean, I use this myself. I only really promote tools that I use. So you have open interest, you have the CVD, you have the footbar statistics, so you can see the buying and the selling, the longs and the shorts, but we're also adding spot versus perp. So basically what this means is you'll be able to see whether a move is mainly spot driven or if it's leveraged driven. So for example, if you see that tons of longs enter the market and the price is moving up, it is highly likely that that move eventually reverses. But if you see that there's a lot of spot support, meaning people are actually buying Bitcoin, then that means that that move can actually have a little bit more juice to it. Keep in mind, guys, these are not the real numbers right now. This is just like a mock-up. But I just thought I'd share that with you. We're planning on implementing this. It should be a very, very handy tool. We're going to talk about the overall regime. So for example, what's occurring? Longs are unwinding, or it's a spot-led rally, or it's a leverage rally. I think that this is going to make it very, very clear and very insightful to trade. This is what we're building for you guys. Let me X out of that now. It's not ready yet. Those were not real numbers, but I think it's pretty damn cool. But if a lot of people are buying spot at the top, aren't they just top blasting? This can also lead to lower. Well, guys, if the price is pumping and a lot of people are buying spot, it doesn't mean that the price goes up indefinitely, but it does mean that there is more support on a given rally. And that suggests that price can actually continue so long as the spot buying persists. What time is the PPI CPI? PPI is tomorrow. CPI is in 27 minutes from now. I do think someone asked if I think August will be red. My answer is probably. I still think August will probably be red. Congratulations on building such a great tool in MindPillar. For me, this is such a vital instrument for your analysis. Guys, it's awesome because if you're in my community, you likely get access to the MindPillar tool. So it's, we will implement a paid option because I know some of you don't want to trade on the exchanges that I talk about. Although, now that we have Kraken as an option, I don't see why not. But we're trying to open it up to as many people as possible. I'm glad you're finding it useful. It's only going to get better because I also use all of these tools to help me with my spot buying, right? You guys know I'm a trader mainly. But this, to me, these 4 things in particular suggest that the bottom is not in. Anyways, the time to DCA was sub 60K. And if we get back under there, it will be time again all the way down. We reclaimed the 200-week moving average. But you guys are right. You guys are right in saying that when we pump before the stock market opens, it's a little bit sketchy. Little bit sketchy. Faisal, hello. Hey man, please can I get your take a look at TRX? Looks really bullish for me with good volume coming in. So someone asked about Link, so we do Link first. You guys know my answer when it comes to these kinds of cryptocurrencies. I have to be honest, guys. Like, is it just me or this looks like it's lining up to be the same thing as this? With liquidity building up below. And then I think eventually what happens is what we've seen with all relief rallies, maybe it pumps a little more and then it rejects. So yes, I think when you were asking about Link, you were talking about a potential short, but if it's anything like this price action, it can actually crawl up a little bit higher. So yeah. Someone said, and look guys, if you look at Link, I don't want to be the guy to tell you this, but like, this is a horrific chart. TRX though, interesting. This thing has been ripping. Yeah, it does look pretty bullish, to be honest. Matt, if August will end up red, we only have this week to pump a bit, then closing in red. I mean, I would disagree because remember what we discussed with these rallies. If we take a look at the last range that Bitcoin was in, look at how much we pumped and grinded to the upside, how long it took, and then how quickly the gains were just erased. Like the gains were immediately erased. I have to say, guys, can we go higher? I don't like the fact that we're pumping so aggressively into inflation data and before the stock market opens. It's just, I can't believe someone says XRP looks bullish. Guys, I'm a swing trader, right? Please don't tell me that nonsense. Um, "20 minutes till inflation data," correct. And Jay Beers, you talked about Starbucks. I don't have those kinds of like very sweet drinks, so I wouldn't know. What are my thoughts on XRP? Does anyone? Okay, it's nice that we're getting some new members on the channel. Exactly, DevVault trading. I completely agree. But also, DevVault, I know that, DevVault's a little bit more short-term trading, although I will start pivoting into some more scalps. But the thing is, so basically since 2025, this was XRP against Bitcoin. Don't get me wrong, guys. Don't get me wrong. There's some way worse coins than this. But if your crypto can't outperform Bitcoin, then it's a waste of time, in my opinion. And XRP is not somewhere where I would be parking my money. Just saying it how it is. Hype, however, very interesting. Yeah, this is called what is this coffee called? A hot Americano misto. I think it's like 100 calories and 250 milligrams or 300 milligrams of caffeine, something like that. But I need some caffeine for the stream, guys. Of course I do. I am a little sketched out now, pumping into inflation data. It's just strange. What do you think about investing in Strive for Bitcoin bull markets? Not interested. Anything that Michael Saylor touches, I'm not personally interested. I'd rather own the underlying assets. That's it. And that is Bitcoin. Why invest in, for example, somewhere where there are no guarantees and you could potentially lose your money? I'm not a fan. Do you sometimes look at stocks now and they are on crypto exchanges or only crypto? I sometimes look at stocks as well. I had a devastating Macron thing that frustrating. It still bothers me to this day, to be honest. But yeah, I still look at stocks. Guys, we're pumping into this inflation data. This is very interesting. We could eye a potential SFP short from here. Particularly with the fact that the local liquidity is lining up in such a way. Hey guys, this is a very good comment. I think I should read it out loud. Stick to only one asset, people, only Bitcoin. I don't think that you have to stick to only one asset, because altcoins in terms of trades can provide more volatility, but you have to understand that altcoins follow Bitcoin. And so for the most part, if Bitcoin has a massive rejection, so will altcoins. And you can try to take that, you can try to take advantage of that, I should say. But I do agree, if you're just getting into trading, it probably makes a lot more sense to just stick to Bitcoin, because it has the most amount of liquidity. It's the most reliable to trade, especially when you guys have heard me talk about these volume profiles, which is like the easiest way that you can scalp this market. Bitcoin tends to respect the volume profiles more than anything else. So, and I talk about this within the community. If you guys want to join Legends and you want to see how I've been trading this market, Bitcoin shorts, Bitcoin long, everything that I do in this market, remember that you do have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis, guys. Hi, good evening, Yakub. Mohit, stop spamming or we will remove you from the chat. Everyone is calling for 40 to 50K. I don't think it may go to 40K. Guys, as an investor, in my opinion, all right, Mohit, you're gone. You're gone for minimum 30 minutes. As an investor, the time to start DCAing was sub 60K. We've talked about this in the group. Bitcoin was multiple six figure. I should say multiple. Bitcoin was over 6 figures, and I was vocal about the fact that we were likely going below 60K. We went below 60K, and now that was the time to start DCAing into it. I still think we go lower though. Sorry guys, I was just messaging the premium group. 10 minutes from CPI data. The chart looks set up to a rally to, oh wow, the chart looks set up for a rally to 76K, then back down to 50. Kirsty, wow. That would be insane, wouldn't it? SPY looks pretty clean. Yeah, I mean, it does. It does. I mean, let's not ignore this. Stock market looks pretty clean. We're well above the previous all-time highs. And this, can we reject here? Of course. But this is not something that I want to trade. I've been very vocal with you guys. I pour money into the stock market, right? I do. And I'm glad I do, because it's an easy way to make money. What do you do with your money from trading? I put it on spot. What do I do with my money from trading? So what I do, and this is very interesting too, because we have some, I think this is going to keep on happening as the channel grows, guys. We have some pocket watchers on the channel trying to see how much money I have across exchanges. I will never tell you guys how much capital I have, but what I will say is you'll probably notice that oftentimes my balance will go up, go down, and I have a certain number that I like to maintain in my trading portfolio, and when I hit that number, I always withdraw. So that's how I've been operating in this market, because anymore, even if the gains accumulate anymore, and I feel as if I would enter what I told someone at the beginning of the stream, that phase where you have a trade and then all of a sudden 3 to 5% of your trading portfolio is a little bit too much and you cannot sleep at night. And I don't want to get back to those days. So I genuinely withdraw when I'm content with my profits, and I try to build it back up to that base. That number might be different for a lot of you. We have some in my community, guys. We have some members that are literally multi-millionaires trading, but we also have some members that are trading with a few $1,000s. So I think that it suits most people, because you get insight as to how I've been trading in this market. And yes, I get it. Sometimes I don't take a gazillion different trades. It's not your typical crypto trading group where I post 15 different setups a day. I think that's bullshit. I largely think that that is absolute bullshit. So, yeah. Hi Matt, are you investing in real estate? I'm starting actually. I expect SPY to dump tonight, but it looks like it's pricing in a push even higher right now. That's the thing. Like the stock market in particular can continue to, wow, Jay Beers, spot on. I do plan to, exactly. How are you planning to hold your next long trade? Like the whole bull market, or take profits in between? So that's a very good question. We have 8 minutes until the inflation data comes out. As you guys know, I've entered long at $58,000 within the community. I'm holding this trade. I've been taking profits on it. But then the big long that I hope to take when we hit somewhere around these bear market lows, and I will probably attempt it multiple times, you have to understand that often if you can catch a local bottom, you're really off to the races. So the idea is less about waiting, but more holding the trade and then taking profits and adding, taking profits and adding, taking profits, adding. So you know how in this bear market, you have heard me say multiple times that I'm comfy in my Bitcoin short? Well, what the community members have been seeing me do all across the bear market is I've literally taken the massive short trades on the relief rallies near the top. I haven't been perfect with the top, but as you can clearly see, it is good enough. And taking profits near local bottoms, adding to the top. Boom, boom, boom. And so that's basically what I've been doing. Now in the bear market, you usually have a year of this. In a bull market, when you get, remember that big tariff capitulation, those tariff capitulation lows on Bitcoin right here, where we literally went from 109K and we dumped massively to $74,000. Well, this is another area to add to the longs. But the thing that we must consider, guys, is you have, and this isn't financial advice, so I'm not going to say you have to. I have to take profits as price develops. I don't just, it wouldn't be something like, you know, I just add to the long, add to the long, add to the long, and I haven't taken any profits. That is ridiculous. In this bear market, I have taken profits at every single local bottom, plus or minus a few $1,000s. It doesn't matter when your entry is good from a swing trading perspective. So that's my plan. That's how I plan to do it. When did you first discover Bitcoin? And did you originally think it was a scam? No, I didn't. I was actually in the crypto market since, I've been in the crypto market since 2017, dabbling here and there. Obviously, in hindsight, you wish you bought way more Bitcoin. Are you considering Dubai for real estate? If yes, I can help. I have a real estate company and Airbnb company as well. I am actually considering it. Gareth Soloway says Bitcoin might hit 35K, worst case. Any thoughts on that? All I can really say, guys, is that in bear markets, Bitcoin does or has typically tapped into its balanced and realized price every single cycle. Now, it doesn't have to happen because this cycle, we did not make it all the way up to the terminal price. We weren't even close. Terminal price this cycle was at one point, you know, 200K. We didn't make it there. So does that mean that the bear market low is less significant? It's possible. And so that's why I don't want to say with absolute certainty that we have to hit the balanced price. And inflation data is in 4 minutes, so we'll cover that when it comes out. But balanced price has always been tapped into. But because we didn't make it as high as the terminal price, which we usually do in bull markets, I think the drawdown will be a little bit less, even though I don't think that the low is fully in. So balanced price, guys, $37,500. So based on what you're saying with Gareth Soloway, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. But like I've said in most of my community messages and on the YouTube channel, I will most certainly not be the guy to wait for a hypothetical low below 40K before I accumulate Bitcoin, because I am also an investor in the crypto market. I'm an investor and I'm a trader. I use my trading profits to invest, but I also use those trading profits to diversify stocks. Now I'm looking into real estate, these kinds of things. So it's good to have a balanced approach. It's good to know that this is possible, but that it doesn't have to happen. So those are my thoughts. Inflation data in 3 minutes. Matt, my heart goes out for those who heeded your advice, took the profits, but then proceeded to lose them all over in their next trades. Yeah, it's really, really tough. It's really, really tough, guys. I understand because I've been there, but you have to have good risk management. Every time I ask, Rabin says, every time I asked something, got satisfied with your answer. That's why I joined your premium group. Thanks. Awesome, man. So many are going to get liquidated. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Gareth said 77K for a few weeks now. Legends, I'm saying it now. One, if we went up there, that would be absolutely awesome for a short. But two, I don't think that we hit 77K. And I'll tell you why. Oh, guys, okay, sorry. Now I'm gonna, your questions are great, and you're gonna get me yapping about something when the inflation data is about to come out in 30 seconds. So let's just wait and see. All right. Who's going to be first to tell me the inflation data in now? What's the data? Who's going to be first? Who's going to be first? Who's going to be first? What a dump. Very volatile. 3.4, no change. Right on point. Right on point. Right on point. Right on point, guys. What a dump. Did we even sweep the high? Guys, let's see. Let's see. What a dump. It's not that crazy. Really. Yeah, technically a lower high, guys. Technically a lower high for now. The question is, do we get a sweep later? Because this is a strong push up here. And the stock market, stay with me, guys. The stock market opens in 1 hour from now. So this is going to be a jam-packed live stream. What a dump. Matt, take the VWAP from the 66.8K on the 4-hour chart. 66.8K. Legends, if you didn't know, we took a short at 66.8K. I will actually look at that. That's a good idea. Bitcoin is just getting compressed. This is not that significant, guys. If you're a scalper, sure. But one sec. One sec. Let's take the anchored VWAP. From this high. Let me put my magnet on. Woof. Yes. Yes, legends. Yes. Perfect. Perfect tap. Now, because we already got the rejection, this is, wow. Guys, we are getting absolutely squeezed here. We are getting absolutely squeezed here. Some of you guys mentioned Bollinger Bands, and I don't really talk about it on the channel, but I would imagine that we are just getting compressed. Let's add it on the chart and see. Check it out. We are indeed getting compressed. So we're at the midpoint where we're getting rejected right into that downtrending anchored VWAP. Guys, this is I think that a very big move is going to come. I really do. This is getting, when price compresses like this, it usually means you have a massive move in one direction relatively soon. Look at what we're compressing between. So CPI came in at 3.4%, legends. So inflation rate, consensus was 3.4, actual was 3.4. Consensus for core inflation, 0.2, actual was 0.2. Core inflation year over year, 2.5, 2.5. So largely nothing. Now tomorrow we have PPI as well. Depending on how I'm feeling, I may rip a live stream tomorrow as well. But this is going to be very, very interesting, guys. Very interesting. So the reason one sec. Maybe stop hoping for a dump and go long for a change. Master Gokin. Master Gokin, I think you're mistaken, my friends, because I am in a long from $58,000. So when I get those kinds of comments, it always makes me laugh. When we're in a bear market, guys, it makes sense to mainly look for shorts. It makes sense to mainly look for shorts. However, I talked about long scenarios in the community, And one of the long scenarios was a reclaim right here. So now, this is what I want to get to. This is what I want to get to, guys. Take a look at the price action. We're just getting more and more compressed. And the reason why this is so important is because usually price explodes in one direction. So you might ask, okay, where are we getting compressed? On the higher time frames, we're getting compressed between the uptrending anchored VWAP taken from the bear market low so far, $57,700. And we're getting compressed from the downtrending anchored, higher time frame, we're getting compressed from the downtrending anchored VWAP taken from this high up here. Check it out. $82,000, right at around $82,600. So this compression has continued. And if you take the local pivot, which was rightfully pointed out in the comment section, it's same thing. So it's getting tight, guys. It's getting very tight. I might consider, there's something that I might do here. This short that I took at 66.8, if we actually pop up a little bit higher going into the stock market open, I might actually consider a short, because usually getting that push up into the stock market open, we can see reversals. So that's something that we have to consider. So what I would do is maybe I would add to this existing short. This one I've already secured around $20,000 in profit. And so my average entry would get dropped a little bit here. My big Bitcoin short, legends, to remind you, I'm still waiting for higher. If we can get higher, I'll add. If we don't get higher, then, you know, what can you do? I just hold the position. Interesting how data is exactly 100% in line with expectations. That's some good analysis. Seems a bit suspect. No, not at all. Usually when it comes to like inflation prints and these kinds of things, they're pretty spot on. Like we're usually pretty close to the consensus, right? We're usually pretty close. Luke TV. So I just explained what the compression means. It means that price will likely violently move in one direction. If you appreciate channel, remember to like, guys. Thank you, J Beers. I appreciate you. So, what the bulls want to see here now, because Master Gokin is bullish, what you want to see as a bull, if you're bullish on Bitcoin here, is first level of interest is immediately this 64.1K zone, because it's a previous pivot in the market. If we can hold here, then there's a chance that we can push higher. However, guys, if we lose this level, the next area of interest is another retest of the point of control of this range, which is right at 63.9, confirming a potential higher low before continuation. If you're bearish, well, we just got rejected from the downtrending anchored VWAP, and potentially we drop lower from here. But this compression does not make it easy. We're just waiting and waiting and waiting to see where price results. These two lines, pay attention. Pay attention. Legends, I will likely be entering a new trade relatively soon. If you want to join my community and see how I've been trading this market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis, remember it's a group where you're not paying me a fee to join. You're not paying me a monthly membership to join. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. So the way it works is you click this first link in the description down below, click send message, BTC, Bitcoin's ticker, and you'll be prompted to sign up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below. If you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, we can transfer you under my referral, which makes things easier. It just means you don't have to create a new account and you get access to my community where I provide my own insights in this market. Some of you have been asking why I don't have a paid subscription, and it's for two reasons. But the main reason is it gives me the freedom and flexibility to run the group how I want without feeling like I need to absolutely post a gazillion different things a day. So you know how there's communities out there that they'll post 5 to 20 different scalp trade setups in a single session? I go sometimes a couple days without posting a single trade. And some of you might be saying, well, that sounds like shit. Well, I'm a swing trader, guys. And if you're a swing trader, this range, there's no swing trading opportunities in this range. The swing trading opportunity was when I took it in the community at $58,000, and I've been maintaining this trade. So far, we're up almost $100,000 on that trade. And then, of course, the higher up shorts. You can see we get pretty damn close to the tops for these swing shorts. And this allows me to milk the profits on the way down and make tons of money trading in both directions as a swing trader. Now, of course, like I said, I want to start posting some more scalps because I know that this price action can be boring, especially for people that aren't already positioned. But it allows me to not, how do I say this, not feel super stressed because you're not paying for a product. All you're seeing in the community, my own trades in the market, my own analysis. And some of you like the fact that I am chill in the market, that I only take on a couple of positions and I try to make as much money as possible from a swing trading perspective. If you're into scalping, I will likely try to provide some more scalps, but I have to be honest with you. On my swings, I risk 3 to 5% of my trading portfolio for the big swing positions, and on the scalps, 0.25 to 1% at most. So keep that in mind if you're looking to join the community. So right now, Bitcoin's at 64K. We're still compressing, and that's that. Mr. Comfy is a legend. Do you still use Bluffin? Patrick Malone. My man. Of course. Bluffin is my go-to exchange. Guys, if you want to join on Bluffin and get the best fees, best potential fees, second link in the description down below. It's where I have most of my big positions. I took a long from the lows on weeks, but yeah, Bluffin is by far my go-to. And actually, if you join Bluffin through the community and not through this link, you can get an even better fee discount for 7 days. So 30% fee discount for 7 days. This normally requires millions and millions of trading volume, but you get to try it out a little bit and you get these deposit bonuses. Granted, it does require that you maintain, like there's terms and conditions here that maybe you could just pause the screen and read this as well. But there's always terms and conditions for these exchanges. That's how it works. But yes, Bluffin is still my go-to trading exchange. Yeah, so compression here. Stock market opens in approximately 45 minutes. Let's see what we get out of this. Let's see. Do you think we will be pumping until PPI on Thursday? I don't know. How do you delete break-even price on charts? Well, you can when you go to your settings, guys, like on any exchange, they have this. See how you have this? Order history, open orders, positions, quick order. You can remove this. So you see how right here, I mean, I do have my stop loss at break even, but oh, you mean this break even price? This is a new feature on Bluffin. And some of you might be asking, well, that doesn't make any sense. If it shows that your entry is 79K, how can your break even price be 121K? So if you are to enter a trade, let's say you entered a short right here and price dumped, your break even price would be right at your entry. But because I've realized $450,000 on my big Bitcoin short, it calculates the actual break even in the sense of if Bitcoin were to pump up to $121,000, I would lose out on all my realized P&L. But if you didn't take profits on a new trade, it's a pretty solid feature that they implemented. So you go down here and you just click auto break even. But usually, yeah, right here actually, break even price. So on the chart, if you go to these three dots, you go to position, and then you click break even price, and it should remove it from the chart. So that's how it works. Matt, today we do your plan number 2. Hopefully, Lymph. Hopefully. Luke TV, no worries. There's a lot of people asking questions now, so could you just re-ask your question? I try to get through all the questions, Legends. I really, really do. But as the channel grows, it's very difficult to get back to everyone. Yeah, please just re-ask your question. How do I add amount title to this? Give me the ability to add or cash out partials. What do you mean? So JS fan, I'm not sure. Like partials, the way it works is, so if I were to go here on my Bitcoin short and click flash close, I would close the entire big Bitcoin short position. This one was taken within the community, but the way that it works is if you want to take partials, you click market. So if I click market, see? I can scroll and take a certain amount of profits off of my position. You could do the same thing with limit if you want to. So market is how you would do it. Oh, Yamal, can I join your group if you're gay? Oh, Yamal's back with the funny Mr. Funny over here. Greetings from Portugal, Matt. What's your favorite time frame for scalping? Oof, Rob Collins. Probably 15 minutes. I don't like going any lower really because I find that it just provides notoriously inaccurate analysis. Understood. Can you check the NASDAQ, please? There was a freak out after significant pump, meaning more probably a new all-time high can be reachable. What do you think? Thanks. Freak out analysis. NASDAQ. I don't know what you mean by freak out analysis, but this does look good for continuation, guys. Like, this is a nice bounce from supports. To be honest, I appreciate you being that. I appreciate you being that your big port and having just a trade that made 500K and having the time to share with us alpha. Like, tell me why you are doing YouTube videos anymore, guys. Because what else am I gonna do, right? Some of you ask me, what do you do with your time outside of trading? Because if I'm in a big swing trade, oftentimes it takes a while for the price action to develop. And the answer is whatever I want, guys. I rip tennis very, very often. Last night I played football. Yesterday I had a crazy, yesterday I did a video update for you guys. And I went to the gym, I ate, I played tennis, then I rested a little bit, then I played football at night. Like, I do what I want with my time, right? And today I've decided I want to do a long live stream with you guys. So it gives me a little bit of purpose to help you, because also the thing to consider, and I've talked about this before, it's like I don't know if the word is mission, but I guess you could use that. I want to provide you guys with the analysis that I wish I had when I first joined crypto, when I first tried to trade crypto. And that is a simplified version of what I do. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people, a lot of influencers, one, they promote garbage meme coins and shit like that. And two, they try to overcomplicate things. How many times have you guys heard me say, like, someone will mention in the comment section, like, hey man, like, what do you think about this indicator? Like, I use this indicator. Why don't you look at RSI? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? How many times have you heard me say on the channel? How many times have you heard on the channel me saying something like, hey man, if that works for you, it works for you. There's nothing wrong. There's so many different trading strategies that can work. But I don't need to add an additional indicator or an additional metric to my charts, because what I do currently works. You don't need to overcomplicate things. So there's going to be so many people, so many influencers that will say, you need to use this indicator. You don't need to do anything. You can do whatever you want. There's a gazillion different trading strategies that work. And at the end of the day, the longer that you do this, the more you realize the only thing that actually works over time is proper risk management. Probably not what you wanted to hear, but that's what it is. And I learned that through getting absolutely cooked in the market. I had a phase where I was investing in shitty altcoins, and it was nice. I started in crypto in 2017, and you could have made some significant gains speculating on these coins that have incredible fundamentals. But at the end of the day, there was so much excess liquidity in the markets that anything you put your money in would just pump. But then I pivoted to full-time trading the market, and that's when you realize it's a lot more technical. It's way less, like, of course there's always an element of luck. If I enter a trade and I'm targeting a 3-to-1 risk to reward, and that trade ends up being a 20-to-1 risk to reward, something like my big Bitcoin short, then naturally it isn't all skill, because all I did was enter a trade at a high confluence zone. But I like the fact that when it comes to trading specifically, you are in control of the risk that you take. You're not hoping that a random influencer talks about your coin so it can go up. The days of that are over, in my opinion, particularly with the current inflationary pressures that we have. So, all that to say, I'm trying to provide you the analysis that I wish I had in the market when I first joined. And I'm also trying to provide the tools that I wish I had in the market when I first joined the crypto space. And if you want more of that, if you want to see how I've been trading the market, because oftentimes I'll come on the stream and say, hey guys, like, I'm still in my position, or I've added to my position. You want the real-time updates? That's totally fine too. You can join my community. And in my community, again, because we're talking about this, in my community, whenever you trade on a crypto platform, there's always some fees that get paid towards the platform. So how this actually works is, you know, when I trade, I pay fees towards bluffing, I pay some small fees towards weeks, I pay some small fees towards BTCC whenever you execute trades. The only difference when you use a link to join my community is that I earn a small portion of those fees from the exchange themselves. So they do not charge you more for joining. In fact, it's more advantageous for you to use these links because you do get the relevant bonuses, you get potential VIP perks depending on what campaign is running, but it's the exchange themselves that give me a tiny portion of the fees that you would already pay. So I'm saying it out loud, guys, right? Some of you think, oh, I hate how I have to join, but it's a way to support as well, right? It's a way to support, and that's it. So I hope you can appreciate me saying it out loud like this. But yeah, it seems like no other influencer in the space back in the day would ever talk about this either, you know? And what they would do is they would basically try to get people to, first of all, back in the day when it wasn't saturated, they would try to get people to take on. How many times have you seen influencers say, long, 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 I'm buying, buy, 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 buy. And all they want you to do is just long without any proper risk management or, you know, without any strategy involved. That's bullshit, guys. That's absolute bullshit. Anyways, let's go through some comments. Right now, Bitcoin is still compressing, guys. I think that wherever we like this resolution is going to be very, very significant. It's either we pop up aggressively or we just start absolutely dumping. When you take profits, do you post that in your private community? Always, guys, always. Whenever I make any adjustments to my existing trades in the market, the first thing that I do is I share it with my community. So I say, guys, you know, I took some more profits from my big Bitcoin shorts. Guys, I'm adding to my big Bitcoin shorts. Legends, I'm taking on a new trade here. I like the confluence from the zone. Legends, I got stopped out. So I share with you everything that I do in the group because I think it's a good way for you to see how I can operate in this market and how I can be profitable as a swing trader over time. So everything is shared, yeah. Stock market opens in just over, in 1 hour, we have bearish CVD divergence. Long or short? J Beers, tell me now, long or short, now, now. You have a very grounded approach to technical analysis, and it's very appreciated that you share it with the community. From what sources did you gain the most knowledge when you started? So I can't even remember the guys that I was watching back in the day, but I was taking little tidbits from everyone, and I have to be honest with you, I was taking a lot of notes by hand. Now I know we're in the age of internet, or we're well past that at this point, but I find that when I write things down and I reflect on what I did by hand, journaling, as we like to call it, it helps me a lot. So basically, I would watch a lot of traders back in the day, also stock traders, to see how I can bring that over to crypto. And then it's just about putting your money to use in the market, learning through using your actual money. So a lot of people will message me and say, hey man, what do you think about demo trading? What do you think about not trading with real money? And the answer to that is, I wouldn't recommend it. Even if let's say that you only have $500 to your name and you want to get into trading, use $1. Put some skin in the game, because the amount of stress that you're put under and your overall view of how you manage trades changes drastically when it's actual money that you're using, right? So I think that it's very, very important. Lymph Pro, haha, long or short is the best. Yeah, I get a lot of those. Someone will just jump on the stream and say, Sir, tell me, long now or short? Who do you think I am? Matt, have you ever felt hopelessly unprofitable before? How do you overcome the feeling of giving up? Gemma Gov, I mean, demo is great for learning how the platform works. Yes, of course. If you're just learning, then sure. But as soon as you're comfortable with the platform, I don't think you should be using demo because you want some skin in the game. ETH mirroring Bitcoin, but for some reason it looks extra dumpy. How to take profit? Lots of times I will be up big for me 500 to 1K and then I round trip it because I got greedy. How do I prevent this? The way to prevent it is by taking profits on the way to your final TP. So let's say you have a 4-to-1 risk to reward trade that you're looking for. Don't wait until it actually perfectly hits that 4-to-1. Maybe you start taking profits at a 2-to-1 risk to reward. Even if it's only 25% of the position. Because then, if you've protected your position, at the worst case, you're getting stopped out at break even with some profits. That's the best way to do it in my opinion. So take profits on the way to your final TP. I believe we are dumping, says Benny G. There's a Bitcoin magic crystal ball in the background. I need to actually buy one. But this right here, this thing, I just bring it with me where I go because I'm streaming out of so many different locations that I can add it to the background. It's a cheap thing. I bought it on Amazon. Must have been like less than 10 bucks. Sup, Matt? Late to the game, but missed nothing in terms of CPI. See, yep, nothing has changed, guys. Synthetics, any macro target. By the way, this show is golden. Alpha Overload, keep it up. Love the show. Thank you very much. Thanks for guiding us. We love you, man. I appreciate you, Synthetic Sniper. Honestly, I cannot remember the last time I looked at that coin. Jeez, must have been ages ago. What is the ticker? Jeez, I don't even... It's been so long. SNX. Well, what I will say is I'm pretty sure I would know if this coin was outperforming Bitcoin. And the answer is, I'm sorry, my man. This is not the answer you're going to look for, but I assume that this is why you like the show. This coin has done absolutely nothing but bleed against Bitcoin and on its US dollar valuation, which to me suggests that it is totally not worth my time to even consider putting money in this. So I'm calling it like I see it, guys. That's what you're here for, brutal honesty. How many charts have you seen in crypto that look like this? Looks like a shit coin, unfortunately. In Bluffin, how do you add to your position if in multi-mode? That's an interesting one because I'm technically not in multi-mode, so I'll have to get back to you on that. I would recommend just asking AI. It would probably know. But yeah, I'm not in multi-mode because I entered these big positions before I actually changed my settings, which basically means I have to close the positions before I enter multi-mode. If you're round tripping entire shifts in the market, then you aren't doing risk correctly, but values go up and down. Don't let that freak you out. True. Lots of liquidity being built around 63 and 62.2. True. Stock market opens in 25 minutes, legends. As a follow-up, do you share what percentage of your total amount invested and when taking a profit? For example, I'm selling 25% of my holdings. Nick, it sounds like you're really referring to a spot portfolio, which I haven't talked about that much. I haven't. But what I will say is, yes, like whether it's spot, because I will likely get into that in the coming months, or it's like a long or a short, I say, hey guys, I'm taking 25% profits here. Hey guys, I'm taking the rest of my position here. So I hope that makes sense. But the answer in short is yes. In my group, I share absolutely everything. The percentage of profits I take, the total percentage of my trading portfolio that I use on a given trade. I share when I lose, I share when I win, absolutely everything. But guys, look, as much as I talk about the community, and the reason I do it is because when I'm not live streaming or I'm out and about and something has changed in the market, I can update you easily in there. That's why I do it. I'm not in the business of convincing you to join. You know, I do it because I know that I get so many questions on positions that I'm in. And if I don't post a video, people are like, "Well, what the heck? Where is he? I thought that this analysis and this would happen." But if there's any relevant updates, it's always in my group, right? So you can feel free to join if you want to. And if you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, we can transfer you under my referral. Just DM me on Telegram using the first link in the description down below, and we can sort that out for you guys. Gold futures over 4,500. Oof. And also, if you are a big trader, I put you in a priority folder on my Telegram. And so that basically allows me to get back to you more frequently. I don't really answer my Telegram messages unless you are someone that's trading with a good amount of capital. All right. Nick, hopefully if you're not already in, I look forward to seeing you inside. If not, well, thanks for supporting the channel, man. It's just opening new positions and not auto-adding while in multi-mode. Yeah, you might have to remove multi-mode for that. Or you can have your main bluffing account with hedge mode, but not necessarily multi-mode. So you have like if you have a big swing position in the market like I do, and then you go in your settings and you can open up a sub account within that same account. And maybe for that one, you open up multi-mode. Hi, Matt. I don't know if you said it already, but how much has someone got to have to be in your priority Telegram? At first, it was 10K. Now, to be in my priority folder, it is $50,000 because we have a lot of bigger traders that are now joining the group. Obviously, the people that are trading with a few $100K to a few $1 million, they get top priority. What this basically means is if you message me, I get back to your messages. That's it. There's thousands of members in the community now, so I literally cannot message everyone. And keep in mind, that's why I run it the way I run it, because it gives me the flexibility to do what I want with my time, and I don't feel stressed because you're not paying $200 a month for my community, and so I always need to have an update. I'm done with those days. Whales are buying more than usual. Could be nothing, but still interesting. Copy Chief, thank you. I love what you do, and I am in the group. Would love to see more training insights videos for new swing traders. Awesome, man. That will come soon. My goal, Legends, is like by the time the bear market is over, I have a bunch of tutorials posted. I know it's not your cup of tea, but can you look at the hype chart? It is my cup of tea because I've said that hype is something that I'm interested in the bear market, actually. So let's take a look at the hype chart. Very nice. So what I would say with hype, guys, this is still bearish market structure. I personally, just me personally, I would like to see hype start with at least a 4, but it can actually go lower in the bear market if Bitcoin makes new significant lows. So for me, from a spot portfolio perspective, I'm going to be waiting to see if I can get hype at lower valuations. So long as we are, let's do this, guys. How about this? I do like using fibs on the higher time frames. Not much insight there. I do like taking significant lows, anchored VWAPs. So this to me is interesting. 45. Right now, it's like it's getting compressed. Let's take it from the high, actually. And by the way, guys, this is an interesting trading strategy because we get reactions from these anchored VWAPs. Like you can see here that right on a retest, see here. So hype, this is what's, in my opinion, the best way to trade this market is first you mark out significant levels in the market. So see how this was the previous all-time high for hype for quite some time? What you'll notice is every single time that we've tapped into it, we've managed to actually hold. And here, yes, maybe the first reaction, we didn't get it. But you come all the way up, you get a sweep of a high, then you come back down, and where did these wicks find support? Right at the previous all-time high for another rally. Where did this wick find support? Right at the previous all-time high for a little mini rally. And right now, this could very well just backtest as resistance, like it did over here. So if you entered a long from the lows, I mean, awesome. That's a great trade, obviously. But your position should be protected. And if you're playing the continuation play, the next solid TP zone, not financial advice, would be the previous all-time high, because you can always experience an even sharper rejection because the trend is now down. You know, we created a high, a low, a lower high, and now this is a lower low. So maybe it goes, even if it goes all the way up to this level, the downtrending anchored VWAP, this would probably be a short signal. Just my thoughts. Hype is breaking all-time high this month. Nama, be careful with being so deterministic about something like that. Just be careful. I've been there. I've done it before. Just because you think something can happen, it doesn't mean it has to happen. NASDAQ does look good, J Beers. It really does. We are dumping. The bulls want to see us pop back above here. 64,468. And I'm not ruling it out, guys. The stock market hasn't opened yet. Yes, we had a pump before, but let's see. Let's see. Now we are in the middle of this range where basically Bitcoin is trying to retest the point of control. Remember what we discussed. This point of control is the first potential zone where we can get a bounce. But with the local liquidity piling up and the fact that on the 1-day time frame, actually it's starting to even out, but look at that local liquidity. So for me, legends, in my community, I talked about 3 longing scenarios. The first one was from right here. So if you're in that trade, position is already protected, stop at break even. The second one is from right here. The lower we go, the more interested I am. But you can see how this acted as a pivot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Price just managing to hold on. So this is the next one for a potential reaction if we are to assume that this one doesn't play out. But profits should already be taken from this scalp. Then the big one that I am looking at least from a bouncing perspective, is right at the value area low. And if you've been watching me, you probably know why by now. Not only is it the value area low of this entire range, but taken from the low to the high. Golden pocket. Golden pocket, baby, between 60 to 61K. Plus, that would effectively wipe out, yes, most of the downside liquidity. Most. So imagine a scenario where, shorts pile in even more, we dump, and then we get another move up. I have seen some people make projections like this. Imagine something like that. It is entirely possible. But we play it level by level, particularly when you're in such a ranging environment. It's nice, you get the shorts at the range extremities. In the community, we went short right here. I went long right here. So yes, literally the perfect bottom and perfect top. I don't always do this. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna pat myself on the back too much. In fact, on this short, I took out 50% of the position because on the way down, it looked a little bit corrective. And so it looked like we could have swept it again where I could have added to my position, but it is what it is. Still in this trade. Yeah, and now we're just compressing between two significant pivots in the market, guys. That's it. This should, I'm excited. I'm excited. I think we're going to get a little bit of fun here. Genuinely, I think that volatility will return, at least temporarily, once we break out of this, call it anchored VWAP squeeze. Bollinger Bands suggest exactly the same thing as well. So there's gonna, we're getting compressed. We are getting compressed. That value area long would also be played as a scalp. My man, honestly, it really depends on the reaction that we get at the level, but I'm thinking that if we make it that low fast, I'm gonna treat it as a swing of a few $1,000s. Maybe it doesn't reach the highs, but what I would do, like if price goes down here, I will take a long, I will add to this existing long. But that's how I'm gonna do it. Gold is more volatile than Bitcoin as of late. Stock market opens in 9 minutes, guys. Yeah, gold is flying. I wish I was in a swing long on gold, but I'm not. Low liquidity plus low volatility equals hard trading environment. Completely agree. And guys, check this out. I want to bring something up that I haven't talked about that much as it pertains to a bear market low getting established. So if we zoom out here on a monthly time frame and we remove all drawings for now, this is Bitcoin in the long term. So for anyone that says you are a perma bear, how can I be permanently bullish on this? Sorry, permanently bearish on this. I'm not. I think the bear market low is establishing itself. But I don't think that with a monthly candle like we saw here, that the low is in. And something that adds to this, outside of all the charts that you've probably heard me say, probably heard me talk about time and time again, usually we see some, let's go to previous bear markets. So let's go 2022. See this? Volatility is low, 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 low. And you have a little spike in volume. I'm not seeing that same spike. The volume has just been decreasing. So I think that we're going to see a spike in volume when it comes time to establish that bear market low. That's what I think. 2018, little bit of a spike here. See, we're downtrending, and then a nice little spike. Obviously, this is the monthly chart, so take it with a grain of salt, but you get the point. SanDisk up 9.5% since yesterday. Open flying right now in after hours. What you think? 28 world. 28 world. Hey bro, I have a week's account. Can I join your Telegram group or I need to open a new one? Just open a new one, my man. Even scalpers are getting chopped out in this market. Says Rhino Bull. Yep. Semi's been shorting hype since $70. The exception is that when we break the uptrend and recover before hitting oversold in this cycle, Last was in the trench lows. Have you seen the break of the daily? Break of the daily RSI uptrend. Guys, I'm not an RSI type of chap, but let's see. I think that the bear market low is close. That I will say. And that's why it makes sense to have some allocation into spot. But I'm still not convinced that it is fully in. On the daily, you said, right? Elio Teardrop, we need some fresh liquidity. I tend to agree. We need some fresh liquidity. Right now, Bitcoin is retesting the point of control. Gareth Soloway says it will go up to 78k. Is there a time to drop to sub 58k? I don't think that we go to 78k. Sorry, some of you guys asked me that before, and I don't think I fully explained why. So, if you remember correctly, guys, remember I said that where I want to add to my big Bitcoin shorts would be all the way up here? Well, right now, that 200-day moving average, which is where we historically top out, if we are to get a very significant rally, is below 70k. I was open to 74k when price was around here, because you can see that this 200-day moving average, this dark blue line above, so that's 74, 75. But because price remains below the level, it makes it very, very tricky. I don't think that we make it that high. In fact, I would go as far to say as if we start to get multiple weekly closes above here, above the bull market support band and the 200-day moving average. So call it 70K. If we get multiple weekly closes above 70K, I would have to maybe pivot my stance in the markets. So I don't think, if 78K were to be hit, guys, it would coincide with the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high, which is where I took one of my, like I took a massive short here. That's the big short that we're talking about often in the community. But if Bitcoin made it to 78K, I doubt we would get, I think it would be a massive dump after, like ridiculous dump. I don't think that we have the strength to do it, to be honest. Yeah. Like, I don't think we see it, to be fair. Gaming update. This song plays every stream. Is it your favorite? Is it your favorite song? I hate to break it to you, my man, but I've been using the same songs across my streams for weeks now. This might just be one that stands out, but I need to start adding some more to the playlist. Some non-copyright music. Today after the live stream, we get a fresh trim. We all know that's not your real hair, Matt. Terrible hair plugs, man. That's crazy. Guys, this is my real hair. No perms. No perms here. My mom is Brazilian. S&P opened a bit dumpy. Stock market is open. We missed it. Well, we didn't miss it, but... How are we looking? How are we looking? It's a perm for sure. The hair is real. Matt just has that terrible haircut that's popular with young people these days. Just getting roasted. Brother from another mother. I like the hair, my dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. NASDAQ swept. Did we sweep? We swept this level. We did not sweep this one. Turning green. Guys, I still think that, look, I think that anyone that's blindly bullish is silly, but I also think that anyone that's blindly bearish is silly because we're just compressing right now, guys. Compression at its finest. Oh. Why are we talking about Cash Cat? Why are we talking about Cash Cat? I get it. It's new. Maybe if there is a meme that performs, it performs well. But, Jason Casper is long on BTC. Well, good thing I am long on BTC as well. But not a level that I want to add to my long. Anytime I adjust my trades, they're shared in the group, guys. Could you please enable Spanish audio? How do I do that? What's up, homies? What the fuck is a Cash Cat? It's a Robin Hood meme. Yeah, it could actually do okay in a bull market. Keep the hair for your girl. Your phone is vibrating. Guys, my phone is not vibrating. Oh, it was vibrating. Wow, you guys, never mind. Thanks for letting me know. You are short and long at the same time? Legends, there's 389 of you watching. I have talked about multiple times why I go long and short at the same time, why I've longed the lows and I've shorted the top, but do I need to explain it again? Because if I get questions like this, it makes me think that I don't explain things well enough. Do you all understand why I took a long from the lows, and why I am shorting and I still think that the market can go lower. Does it make sense to you? If I need to explain things again, no worries. I think most of you understand by now that it's a hedge in the markets, right? JDL Freedom understands that it's a hedge in the markets. I remember someone told you broccoli head. Yeah, man, that was hilarious. When I read my comments one day, I saw, ah, broccoli head bozo is in the house. Yes, yes, yes. I will go to sleep if you explain it again. There you go. Hype cranked up, now rolling back. Hedging, trading what's in front of you. No, you make perfect sense. The reasons why some people keep asking this, not paying attention or new. Okay. Okay, most of you guys know. Awesome. Okay. Very, very nice. All right, guys. Still compressing. And some of you guys asked, where do I think we break? Tricky. Tricky. We have some downside liquidity, significant liquidity at 63K. We have shorts jumping in, guys. Let's see more local time frame. Like it's, I don't know. I think we can push up still. We've also added a measuring tool so you can choose the pivots for yourself. But like, this is potential bullish CVD divergence, 4 out of 4. And the target becomes up here. Let's see. It's a bit tricky with the compression that we're seeing now. I hope that during the live stream we break out of here. Because it's like it's a... It's less than a $1,000 range. And we're trying to hold above the point of control and the 200-week moving average as we speak. So let's see. Compression was similar in May. It was. Man, please let me get access to the trader plan. 33 Ethereum. We're working on it. I'm assuming that you're using Kraken based on your exclamation points. I'm trying my best. Not to be rude, but maybe they could watch some of the previous short videos. That is also true, Toby's Edge. That is also very true. We did not quite sweep the liquidity. We did not. When you do close, when do you close either your long or short? It doesn't make sense to keep two opposite trades open, right? Well, actually, for now it does. For now it does. And the reason I say this is because even if this trade gets stopped out at break even, I made 60K on a long while I make money on the way down. So I actually think that we can push up a little bit higher. I'm having difficulties accepting that we're just gonna absolutely capitulate from here. Insert meme of guy poking Bitcoin with a stick. Here you go. Still holding on to the point of control, trying. I feel like too many people are comfy in shorts, and something tells me the market makers won't let that happen. That's kind of how I feel too. Don't get me wrong, I think that my... sorry to say this, but I really do think that my shorts are safe because I took them from much higher. And I've been very strategic about taking profits and adding. But like, I don't know. I don't know, guys. You guys been comfy and along since 58K in a bear market. Odd Orion. That is also true. I'm comfy in my shorts, but I'm comfy in my long. And I've already taken significant profits from the long because, guys, if the market wants to dump in a bear market, it can dump significantly. Interesting, guys. We're pretty even, bearish and bullish. More people are bearish. Legends, if you want to join the community where I post all of my trades and my overall market analysis, remember, first link in the description down below, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. I'm in wait and see mode, says 28 World. I don't care. I hold cash cap for 2 to 2.5 years anyways. Do you trade order flow or just volume profile? I do both. I think market open will push it back up. Market is already open, guys. Do you own a business or is trading your main profession? Trading is my main profession. Guys, hit the like. Exactly, Macau. Smash that like button, legends, if you haven't already. Let's do a quick refresh. What are we saying? 190 likes. We've been at it for 2.5 hours. Let's pump that up, legends. What platform do I recommend for order flow? I would use the one that I've been using, the MindPillar footprint chart. I shared a cheeky little insight with you guys earlier in the stream that our developers are trying to make this as good as possible. So it also points out the previous day value area high, previous day point of control, daily open, previous day value area low. And you can see you get reactions from these levels, as you can also see the orders coming in. We also have open interest, CVD, the footprint bar statistic, and right below, I am actually currently experimenting with spot versus perp. So this way you can know if the move is mainly driven by leverage or if it has spot flows. But we're still working on this. This is the one that I use. And you can access this with the links in the description down below. If you join my community, and you're verified in my community, you're able to get access to these tools, and you can also get the trader plan on MindPillar, which normally costs around $70 a month. But if you're within my community, you should be getting access to this. All right, Bitcoin, we're now losing the point of control. We're now losing the point of control. Step-by-step cargo 757. I can pay any amount to be in this group. I'm really enjoying the analysis, making my money. I'm glad you're enjoying the analysis. The cool thing is my group does not have a paid membership. So, you know, a lot of crypto trading groups, I guess, try to do what I'm doing, but they charge like $100 to $200 a month. I've played with the option before, because the one thing that I have to say that paid groups do offer is it tends to weed out, let's say, it tends to weed out the bad community members. Because right now, the only requirement to join my group is you sign up to any of these affiliate exchange links down below, you make it your go-to exchange and trading on there, and you get access to the group. Paid groups don't require that, but you are paying that monthly fee, and a lot of people just don't want to do that. So, anyways, if you're trading with a significant amount of capital on Kraken or BTCC, we can transfer you under my referral, which basically just means you don't need to create a new account. Otherwise, you do have to create a new one on any of these exchanges, and you get access to the community, guys. And these tools. Just Frankie says, just say idiots. Guys, I'm not going to chirp my own community members. And honestly, this is why I love doing what I do, because, and I talked about this before, we previously had a bluffin trading competition. And not only did we win the competition, my community, you guys, the legends, but normally teams that win these trading competitions, they win because they produce the most amount of volume, which is one of the main criteria to win. However, with thousands of teams participating, our team was also ranked around the top 10 place for overall profitability. So you can see it's not just volume, it's actual good traders that are joining the group as well, which makes me very, very happy, because it means that what I'm sharing resonates with you, and of course that attracts some good traders, but also the people that have never traded before that join are getting insights and finding it valuable. So there's nothing more that I could ask for. Toby's Edge, if you don't mind, could you share the last graph you posted in the premium group, just to give the non-premium members a glimpse of what they're missing? Guys, basically, what I shared in the community is the next levels that I'm looking to consider longing Bitcoin. And the reason I'm longing is because I'm the majority net short at this point. So I'm holding my big shorts. The main area that I'm interested in would be way down here, but first things first, we have this one, and I know some community members took a scalp long from here, already took profits, and now position is protected. That's how it works when it comes to my scalps, at least. So there was here, and there was here. Jason Martin, it's nice to join in your live show while trading. Trading alone can be quite dull. Well, yeah, I know that there's some of you that tune into the live stream just to have someone to basically trade with, which is pretty cool. Soul Stasher, just learn yourself before enter a community from my experience. Yeah, it makes sense. Scalp trade, protected indeed. We are dumping, but we still have 2 hours until the 4-hour candle close. Still compressing. Still compressing. Now we see. We know that there is some local liquidity at 63, right, guys? So losing the anchored VWAP for now. For now. Trying to hold on to it. You could see we're getting some support here, guys. Front running the levels. Bitcoin will hit 54 to 55K by this weekend, in your humble opinion. Wow. Wow. I don't think so, but hey, hope you're doing great. Jessica, thank you for tuning in. I think we will have some kind of alt. There's always going to be some altcoins that do better than others, right? And I think Bitcoin dominance, if you're going to say targets, give your reasoning. This is the only song on the stream that drives me nuts. This lady just screamed bravo for the whole thing. That's hilarious. I think she screams my love. I'll remove it. Done. It's removed from the playlist. Honestly, that one kind of annoyed me too. If Bitcoin hits 54K this weekend, I'll smoke my first joint in my life. BNB is doing much better. Possible price point for re-entry. I like this one as well. Yeah, we swept it, guys. We swept this local low here. So, let's see. The only issue that I see with us sweeping this local low is the fact that I need to use the washroom. And you guys know what happens when I need to use the washroom. Do I hold it in? Are you guys, if you're in a long, maybe I have to hold it in. I'm playing. I'm gonna use the washroom, legends. I'm gonna use the washroom. I will be back in less than 3 minutes, or less than 5 minutes, because I'm going to make a coffee as well. Can take 30 minutes, yeah. No. How are we doing? How are we doing? All right, we're back. We're back. We're back and ready to go. Sorry, guys, took a little bit longer. We've been at it for 3 hours, though, so... We swept the low. So right now we've tapped into the anchored VWAP at the bottom of this range. So, you know, we popped above, we came back down. This compression seems to just want to continue. Could you take some more profits from your short? That way you can hire a carpenter to fix your squeaky door. That's funny. This is not my squeaky door. It is a studio that I am renting. So when I travel, I rent studios. Dear Metzger, I can no longer see the liquidations. I'm not sure what you mean. They're right here, the liquidation map. Right here. Plus, there's also the, you guys have seen the heat map before. Liquidation heat map. Dear Matsir, I can no longer see the liquidations on the MindPillar platform in the CVD chart. These liquidations are only accessible if you have the trader tier, which is this tier. And you get access to that from the community side of things as well. Or if you just want that, you can go down in the description and click MindPillar. If you no longer have access to it, it might mean because I think it's calculated on a fee basis. So basically, if you're not actively in the group, like if you're just sitting there idle, there's a chance that access is removed. But then it comes back based on your activity, I believe. But let me confirm with you. I'll ask the development team. The previous song lyrics sounds like SpaceX. Sailor buys at the top and sells at the bottom. Why? Because the more that Bitcoin goes up, the more capital he gets access to. Okay, JDL Freedom, let me get back to you. If it's not working, I would also recommend maybe adding your UID to the trader account. So that's how you get it. How are we feeling about the markets? Asking the important questions. Look, this is rather uneventful for now. because Bitcoin is literally just consolidating between the downtrending anchored VWAP and the uptrending anchored VWAP. So hey Matt, is there a possibility Bitcoin hits 68K with today's CPI data? What do you think? No. Today, 68K? No. I want to take a look at SpaceX. Thoughts on ETH? Oh, by the way, guys, we've also added ETH. We might try to add other crypto assets, but with CVD, you can also take a look at ETH. For those of you that like to trade other cryptocurrencies, we're looking into this to add more than just Bitcoin and ETH, but ETH is a start. What do I think of ETH? I mean, the structure is still holding up, guys. It's the same thing, right? You're just like compressing. And the question is, does it break down or does it break upwards? I honestly don't know. It's going to be really based on Bitcoin. The one thing with Ethereum is we are holding up well. ETH against Bitcoin. This is the ETH against Bitcoin chart. Check this out. This is making the case for a potential higher low in the bear markets. I actually think that even if Bitcoin dumps, ETH may dump as well, but I think that there's a strong case to be made that this could be a very, very significant low that holds. See how the dump is a little bit less aggressive compared to this, the angle of the dump? So I think that ETH Bitcoin in this bear market can probably make a higher low, which I would be looking to trade as well. Is there any notification about YouTube Live? It looks like I missed most. Guys, if you want notifications, you have to turn them on the channel. So you can click on my YouTube channel, and there should be a little... Here, why don't I... Right now I'm on my own channel, so obviously I can't show you, but there's usually a notification bell that you can turn on, and you'll get notified whenever I post a video or whenever I go live, if you want to make sure to not miss out on anything. And also, if you really want to make sure to not miss out on anything and you want to be part of the community, that's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. Losing the uptrending anchored VWAP at this point. Pump fun. I'll look at Doge because someone asked me regarding Doge first. This looks like shit. I don't know what else I can say for Doge, guys. This looks terrible. Looks pretty bad to me. Pump fun. Someone said a shorting opportunity. That's a pretty big move up. Oh. Why is there one called Pump Fun as well? I guess it's the same thing. Some exchanges have it called Pump, some Pump Fun. I actually like Pump, like for a trade setup. Looks kind of interesting, guys. Never heard you curse. I already looked at Link, J King. Looks terrible. Yeah, with SpaceX. With SpaceX, guys. One sec. I just want to see something. Interesting, guys. I will take a look at this one. With SpaceX, yeah, so this is an interesting one because there's a lot of people trading it. So the liquidity for SpaceX is really, really solid, naturally. And you can trade SpaceX on Bluffin as well, guys. That's where I plan to trade everything that you're seeing on Bluffin. Second link in the description down below. But this is getting interesting because we're above 140 now, popping. But this zone here, this zone for SpaceX is technically speaking prior support. I know the chart's history is short, but We have this downtrending anchored VWAP from the all-time high at 148. Pretty interesting. I'm going to probably do something with this relatively soon in the community. Someone also mentioned Macron. Wow. So annoying. Guys, if you didn't know, for Macron, I entered a trade and my stop loss was literally right here. And we just pumped massively afterwards. I would have made like 6 figures on this one. Very, very annoying. But what can you do? But what I will say is Macron is also approaching its downtrending anchored VWAP. So something to consider. I'm actually going to make a note of everything that I just talked about because there's a lot, guys. Macron, pump, SpaceX, obviously the Bitcoin trades. I think we're entering a phase where some more trades will start presenting themselves. Cash Cat, whatever the hell this is. Daily candle for Bitcoin is now red after that failed sweep. Ken RK, you lost 5 figures on Macron. Well, if that is within your risk parameters, then so be it. I lost 30K on Macron. So did I, man. So did I. I risked 1% of my trading portfolio, and that's that. I really want to start buying spot Bitcoin, just not at these prices. Yeah, I totally understand. I totally understand. Got my sidekicks here. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Maddie, my man, just finished work and tuned in. Can you give us a quick recap? Yeah, so from the short-term perspective, guys, yesterday in the community, we talked about how it could be a good long setup on a reclaim of these levels, which we got. A reclaim of the uptrending anchored VWAP. Right now, Bitcoin is still trying to just hold above the level. It's trying. And this was a good scalp long. However, my next area of interest, if we are to lose this uptrending anchored VWAP, reminder, this is taken from the low of the bear market so far, is $62,500 because it's a significant pivot in the market, right? You could see the reaction that we got from here. But my most interesting zone is still all the way down here. Value area low, golden pocket from bear market low to local top, as well as lots of downside liquidity would be grabbed if we were to come down here, like most of it. So here, here. And some of you might be asking, okay, why aren't you just aggressively shorting? Because I have massive shorts in this market, which were already shared within the community. I am massively net short in the market. Like, I could give you a recap. 600K, basically 100K. So that's 700K. 50K, 750K. This one I've secured 15K in profit, and it's up around 10K. So call it just under $800,000 realized and unrealized in shorts. Just under. My long, just under 100K. So the point is, in a bear market, I am never net long. But it would take a huge long for me to be even close to the amount of shorts, realized and unrealized profits that I'm currently in. So naturally, I am looking for a long within this environment. And this is an environment where you're just chopping around between two levels. Corwin, I'm sure you know because you're in the community, but I thought it was a good reminder for everyone that I am still very much net short. Very much net short. So that's how I play it. I don't have, and I also don't have anything open on 2bit at this point, but I have a little bit of capital there. And guys, all the trades that you see on screen are shared within the community. If you want to join, you know where to find me. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It's also where I use these tools that you're seeing on the screen, some of my favorite tools within the market. Still think this cycle, maybe we don't make it as low as the balance price, but I still think that there is a high probability of us at least hitting the realized price, which is below $53,000. Thoughts on hype? Time to short it soon. A trigger for hype would probably be a retest Why do I have so many? Okay, there it is. If we go weekly, if we make it all the way to the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high, I would be highly interested. However, previous all-time high is also an interesting zone. You can see that last week we kind of closed, maybe we fill a little bit of this wick. Previous all-time high, like a pop here, and then acceptance back below could be interesting up here. But from here, there isn't that clear of a setup, in my opinion, because we're trying to make the case for also holding on to the bull market support band, which is really one of the only crypto assets at this point. I think there's TRX as well, BNB maybe, that is holding on to its bull market support band. So basically, yeah, look at this. I mean, this is the market cap. Maybe I'll take the USDT chart. Look, we are in the bull market support band. TRX is holding up. BNB, I'm not sure. I haven't checked it in a while. We're actually just getting rejected here. I might look at this one for maybe a potential short, guys. How is BNB looking in terms of... yeah, this is starting to look pretty interesting, my friends. Let's look at liquidity quickly. We have some short interest in this one. So this puts it 620, 626. 626. It cover the biggest cluster. I'm a new sub. Can you give us a quick rundown on your indicators? Do you have videos going into details? Unfortunately, I don't have any videos going into details on my indicators, which I think I should. I've promised you guys a bunch of tutorials. I still haven't delivered on them, but I've just been busy, guys. I've been busy with the live streams. I've been busy enjoying summer, really. You know, I think between July, August, usually liquidity dries up. But I think liquidity comes back after those August holidays. But I'll keep you updated, man. I'll keep you updated. I'll try to produce some tutorials. They're long overdue. Rhino Bull, Matt, I noticed we are dumping on the same 4-hour candle every day so far this week. What are your thoughts on that? Can we use this data to our advantage? We can use this data to our advantage. If you're noticing a pattern like that, then use it to your advantage, right? So you're saying that at, let's see, 12, I think this might be in UTC, or I don't know what time frame this is, but yeah, 1, 12, 12, 12. Oh, wow. Except for on Sunday. Let's exclude the weekend. Let's go through this. 12, red candle. 12. But yeah, the past 3 days, Rhino Bull, you're correct. You are correct. Look at that. 1, Monday. 1, Tuesday. Boom. Wednesday. You can most certainly take advantage of this. And that also suggests that perhaps the candle after allows for a cheeky little scalp longing opportunity. So this candle closes in 1 hour. This is very, very interesting. Good observation. Yeah, guys, a lot of people want to fade the 4-year cycle. Good morning, bro. Long term, always bullish, always picky and smart with my entries. OG holder, Nasty Nate, my man. I'm late to the live, but let's go. Let's go, Les Tucker. Yeah, Rick Ty. Guys, it's pretty insane. And I am someone that likes the whole extreme accountability that you need to pat yourself on the back for your wins, and you need to and you also need to take responsibility for your losses. I have to be honest, guys. This bear market, from a shorting perspective, has not been difficult to trade. So, and that might piss some of you off, but genuinely, guys, genuinely, like Rick Ty says, this cycle has been similar to all others. It sounds like it until it does not. It may continue to follow the macro pattern. Guys, the macro pattern couldn't be more clear. You get relief rallies, and it's our job as traders to short these relief rallies. Now the question is this one over? If it is, we've already shorted the top of this relief rally. If it isn't, I'm looking to add to my existing shorts. But every summer we get a relief rally. We get a nice pop to the upside. We've seen this. The pattern couldn't be more similar to what we saw. And I do think that 2018 is the closest thing to what we're seeing now. Reason I say this is because in 2018, as Bitcoin just starts dumping, in 2018, Bitcoin created a low at the beginning of the year. We swept that low. This is where we went long at $58,000. Reminder. Then we got that summer relief rally. 2018, exact same scenario. And I talked about the similarities in my recent video that I posted yesterday, for those of you that like those quicker updates. 2018, low at the beginning of the year, sweep the low in the summer. And what comes next? I don't know if some of you will be able to handle it. Look at this, guys. Sweep the low, get the summer relief rally, and then chop, 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 and then a breakdown. Do you know how long this took? From low to when we finally broke down below that low? Several months. What's that? 144 days. 144 days. Over 4 months. Now, I'm not calling for this, but the thing that's kind of scary here, guys, is the social risk. And this is something that we've been tracking on the channel at length. You know how in 2022, after we had the summer relief rally, in 2022 in the bear market, we just dumped pretty aggressively? Well, here's the thing. In 2022, look at where the social risk was at. The social risk, guys, if you didn't know, is basically just how many people are paying attention to crypto across different media platforms, across social media. When the social risk is elevated, there are typically more traders in the market. There's typically more volatility in the market. When the social risk is low, it provides a period where there is much less volatility. And check this out. July, August of 2018, social risk was at 0.2. Where are we now? 0.2 basically, just below. So liquidity or social risk is technically even a little bit worse than what it was in 2018. Then you get a big dump. social risk pops up a little, and then everyone gives up on crypto, and then we run it back turbo. So if this is the case, and we see something similar to 2018, what actually happens here could be just awful, in the sense of we go like this. Would you be able to handle that as a trader? Because if social risk is low, volatility usually is low. So let's see. It's just a slow, choppy bleed to the downside. One hour candle looks horrible, guys. Salvador Perez, the bull, is back in the house. I'm locking into the chop. Guys, don't leave crypto. I'm telling you now, it might be another painful couple months, but I will be with you 6 days a week posting. Sometimes I do 5, but I will be here with you week by week to give you my thoughts on the market and what I think could be happening over an extended period of time. I genuinely want all of you to succeed, but what I've seen in my almost 10 years of trading crypto now, almost a decade, is when we chop, when the volatility drops, when we're near the bear market bottom, people just can't handle it and they tune out. So this provides not only great opportunities to buy from a spot portfolio perspective, but also great trading opportunities. So just prepare yourself. I don't make the rules. I don't control the market. All we can do as traders is trade the market that is right in front of us. And Purchase Media here says, I will become a millionaire and one day we can put 10K on a game of ping pong. I wish you nothing but the best, my man. I know Purchase Media is in the community and I hope that one day you do become a millionaire, but I will smoke you in ping pong. Yeah. Hello, bro. Greetings from Colombia. Comfy in my schlongs. Is Bitcoin near any usable SFP bounce? Yes. 63.2. Pretty interesting level. I also think that 62.5 is a more interesting level. So if we can dump another $1,000, I am highly, highly interested. And if we do it on stream, I'll take a long on stream. How are we doing? SpaceX looking pretty okay. Say less, big dog. I'm telling you, I was a billionaire, but I started to trade Bitcoin and now I'm a millionaire. Losing money is easy. Making money takes patience, discipline, and keeping your emotions under control. Couldn't agree more. I'm down for a 10K game of ping pong. Let's run it, 28 World. Let's run it. We need bears, especially on a day like today, says Salvador Perez. Is 62.3K something you would consider longing at, or nothing until 61K? Because we are not far from both targets. Yes, it is. It is. Guys, I gave an update in my community, and if you're in the community, you would know the levels that I'm currently interested in longing. There was a good scalp setup here. TP. Stop loss at break even. Done. Now, we look at this zone, and we look at this zone. These are zones where I think we can get a very decent reaction. Blue Flames. I love being Australian and having to wait until 12:30 a.m. for US market open. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, I've never been to Australia. When I'm in Dubai, it's, you know, I adjust my schedule, right? So now, you know, if I'm in the same time zone as the stock market, I typically start my streams well before the stock market, an hour or two sometimes. If I'm running late, then 30 minutes. And then I'll end my streams in the afternoon, and then I'll go enjoy myself. If there's any trades, I always update the community. But the Dubai side of things, the Gulf Standard Time, it's a different schedule because in the morning, I have mornings to myself. I could basically go to the gym, you know, grab a coffee, take my time, have a nice breakfast, play some tennis, and then I start my streams basically in the afternoon, like 4 p.m. before the stock market opens, into later at night. Then I go to sleep. Does the liquidation heat map always work? The problem is on the different time frames, you can get opposite zones. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean in terms of, do the liquidity heat maps always work, Amadeus? What does that mean, do they always work? Guys, if you're blindly looking at the liquidity heat map to enter a trade, it's a no-go. This is confluence to my trading entries. Confluence. Which means it's not the only thing that I look at. It's one of the many things that I look at. So yes, in short, the liquidation map works. It's very helpful to know where the clusters are stacked, but first you have to look at the actual price action on the chart. That is the #1 thing you look at. And if you find confluence with the liquidation map, it is golden, in my opinion. Out of boredom, I took a $100 SFP long at 150x leverage. Holy smokes! I'm surprised the Colombia earthquake didn't cause a black swan event. UTOP 24. Matsir, I missed all the shorting opportunities and I'm disappointed because I watched you for 9 months, but still doing my own thing. Oh man. I don't know what to say, my man. Like, UTOP 24, are you in the community? Because if you guys have been in the community, I have been so bearish for the past year, it's not even funny. Do I take a couple of longs here and there? Yeah. But for the most part, I just shared with you all the trades that I'm in. I am very much net short. In that case, I would recommend you join the community, man, because I was banging on the drum of being bearish, 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 bearish all year. Shit, man. But to answer your question, I have no clue whether the next bear market will be as tradable. If history is to rhyme, yes. But I would imagine that eventually Bitcoin breaks out of these more predictable cycles. And until we break out of it, I think it's our job to take advantage of the charts because it's not super difficult to trade, at least on the higher time frames. Love from India. I'm short from 65K and I feel market has to touch 58.5 before any breakout, whether it's up or down. Wow, man. 58.5, that's interesting. Let's go through some. I also think everyone is expecting the bear market bottom in September, October, and the market has likely already priced that in for this cycle. Contrarian theory. So, Diego, you think the bear market low is in? It's possible, man. Do you think entering a long at 62.5 is crazy thinking? Not with proper risk management, guys. Entering along anywhere with proper risk management is not crazy thinking. The only thing that I will say, guys, if you enter longs in this market, just be well aware of the fact that we are still in a bear market. And as long as you know that, it allows you to not be too greedy, especially on longs. We are still in a bear market, right? It's crucial to understand that. So as long as you know that and you have proper risk management, you can take a long from any zone that you deem a reasonable zone. Like 62.5. Like in my last video, I talked about how this zone between 60 and 61K, even if the world is ending and price drops into this zone, I am looking for a long here. It doesn't mean it has to go all the way back up, but what it does mean is we should get a reaction from this zone. We should. That's how I view trading, right? So I look for the setup. I'm prepared for if it's going to happen. And if we just nuke through, then naturally I don't take the long. So I don't think it's crazy at all to look for a long here, particularly when it's proven itself as pivots. But keep in mind, the higher time frame is still very much bearish. And what allows me to stay level-headed in this market is by maintaining my existing big six-figure Bitcoin shorts, as well as all of the other trades that I'm taking. I am the majority net short in this market, and all the trades that I share, guys, are shared within my community. If you want to join the community, remember you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. It is a community where you trade with your own capital. You are not paying me a monthly membership to join. That's not how it works. If you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, we can transfer you under my referral. And if you want to join with these other exchanges, well, you can just sign up with the links in the description down below. Bluffin actually gives you 25% off your trading fees and a $500 bonus exclusively. I think 2bit also has a great trading campaign at this point in time. So that's also a very viable option if you'd like to join the community. If you don't want to join, no stress, guys, no stress. Cool story. I still own some Bitcoin that I mined. It was 12 bucks at the time. That's crazy, man. Hi, Matsur. Love from India. I am new here. Can you please tell me about yourself, how long you have been trading, and how can I join your community? So, tell you about myself. I'm wondering, where do I start with this? Do you care about my personal life? I am a swing trader, and a swing trader enters highly favorable positions in the market with a good amount of capital, and I let the positions ride. At my core, I am a swing trader. I like playing lots of sports. I am very active, and any of the exchanges in the description down below will allow you to join the community. I'm not sure which one works in your region. I'm not authorized to give anyone advice based on where they're located, but we add options based on what you guys ask for. And we had a lot of requests for a tier 1 exchange like Kraken, so now we have that as an option. But yeah, I trade the market that's right in front of me. That's who I am, it's what I do, and I'm not sure what else I can say, guys. I don't think you're that interested in my personal life. But I hope that was an okay intro. Feel free to join if you'd like to join. What is this Tinder profile? Exactly. Yasha, hey legend, hope you're doing well. Yasha, my man, nice to see you tuning in. Do you have any ideas for a stop loss based on yesterday's update? And for those who have no idea what I'm talking about, I highly recommend joining Matt's group. Lymph Pro, the stop loss, if you took a trade based on yesterday's price action, in theory, should already be hit. It should already be hit because it was a scalp, guys. It should already be hit. Reclaim of the value area, sorry, reclaim of the uptrending anchored VWAP. Taking profits above, right up here. Stop loss is at break even. In my opinion, if you took a long, you would already be out of the position with profits secured and your stop loss is at break even. Mohammed says, CFD brokers are not reliable for swing trading. They'll close your positions for any reason. Holding positions on exchanges is reliable for swing trading. That's exactly. Oh yes, sorry, Diego, I didn't get back to you, but Mohammed actually answered the question perfectly. Bro, trying to get to know you, Matt. Mudboy, I know. Matsir, I actually would like to know what inspired you to take the journey to learn to start trading, and did you teach yourself or did you have someone in your life to guide you? I followed tutorials online, on and off, but I would say that I effectively learned myself. There's so many free resources, and the journey was, guys, the journey for my trading was literally just looking for freedom in my life. And I know you've heard it before, oh, trading provides freedom, but genuinely, scalping doesn't provide freedom. Swing trading provides freedom. And that's why I got into it. Freedom in the sense of you let your, like the concept of using your money to make more money has always just been very intriguing to me since a young age. So, Wayne Rossi, Telegram not responding when sending Bitcoin. I'll take a screenshot of that and share it with my team. That shouldn't be the case. It should work, guys, but Wayne Rossi, just say, hey, it's not working. Message me on Telegram and we'll get that sorted. Sorry, guys, I got a little bit distracted. Tiago Costa, basically, Bitcoin is compressing, or it just lost its uptrending value, its uptrending anchored VWAP from the low of the bear market. So you would want to see us reclaim this ASAP, which is right at around 63,600. Otherwise, this could be a back test and another rejection lower. That's the summary right now, based on what I'm seeing. Now I'm happy I have a list of a couple assets that I'm looking to trade. Really, really interested in SpaceX. Still shorting Tau as well, guys. Tiago Costa, nice, thank you. Our shorts are printing. Yes, Tiago Costa is in the community. My man, nice to see you. I do love trading, but I am also looking for a spot buy, a significant amount of SpaceX to hold long term. I'm paying attention to the unlocks and timing. Yeah. Would you be willing to share your biggest winning trade and your biggest losing trade? Guys, I think I've been pretty vocal about this, no? I have lost, there's been a trade where I have lost just over $100,000 on a trade. That has happened before. My biggest ever win, well, my biggest ever realized win is right in front of your eyes right here. $450,000. Unrealized 166, but I'm hoping I can milk this cow a little bit longer. This one right here is my biggest one, which is technically net $600,000. Biggest ever. And crazy to say, right? We're in a bear market and I had my biggest ever trade. Biggest ever profit trade. So that's that. All of the trades that I share, guys, win or lose, are shared within my community. Boris says some demo trades at the moment. They are not. Oh, okay. You only do spots. No, I don't do. I do not do only spot. Are you guys talking to each other? Sorry, it's hard to tell whether you guys are talking to me or not. All right, legends. So, what is next here? What is next? If Bitcoin gets rejected right here at 63.5, it would likely send us on another move lower to sweep this last pivot before, in my opinion, we start talking about 62.5. So this is like the next potential scalp from this zone. Olivier, Mathieu, interested to short or long SpaceX? I'm more interested to short SpaceX. The reason I say that is because of the unlocks, of course, which were already pointed out in the comment section. But very rarely do you see something like this dump massively and then just start V-shaped reversal, right? I think that this might not make a new low, but at the bare minimum, I think we probably consolidate a little bit here. Something that's very interesting to, I need to stop saying very. I need to stop saying very. Amadou says it's all demo flexing. It's literally not, guys. So in a bear, in these kinds of environments where you have the IPO, let's take a look at like Tesla. I think Tesla is an interesting one to discuss, to compare to SpaceX, because, you know, Elon, of course. So let's take a look at this. We'll go to the 1 day. Jeez. My scroller is not working. We popped, we came back down, and then instead of just going all the way back towards that initial high, it took a while for us to consolidate. So my opinion here is that what's going to happen is something like this. And maybe because this has, you know, it's the largest market cap, there's probably a good possibility for us to have more liquidity grabs to the downside as well. And right now we're getting some to the upside. So in my opinion, it's going to be a while for SpaceX to basically in my opinion, it's going to take a while to get back to the highs. And even when we do, we probably come right back down. I think there's going to be a period of consolidation. This took years actually before we sustainably took off. So let's take a look at SpaceX. Based on that, relatively new stock, guys. In my opinion, we consolidate. Maybe we pop up a little bit higher, but I would look for a short. I would look for a short, genuinely. Like, I'm not longing this because I don't think we just go straight up. I don't think it works like that. I think we see something like this. And, you know, I could take advantage of this. But this high, I don't think will be breached for quite a while. I'm really excited for the bull market when you do big swing longs. I will definitely look to be right there with you. This time is getting so close so fast. Time flies. Yeah, guys, it's going to be so fun in the bull market because like we just discussed, in the bull market, you know how in the bear market, I've been shorting every single relief rally. In the bull market, for Bitcoin, you long every single dump. Now, that's not financial advice, and I should tell you that I am not a financial advisor. Nothing that I discuss on my channel should be construed as financial advice. And you can read the full disclaimer in the description down below if you so choose to do so. But the thing to consider here is you get pullbacks, but when the trend has officially changed, that is the period where pullbacks are for longing. And I can just compound into a massive long for the bull market. That is my game plan. Legends, could anyone answer 534 Tech 3? He asks, can we long Bitcoin at the current price? Can anyone answer him for me? What do we do with people that just ask me if they can do something? My man, you can do whatever you'd like to do. Right now, though, let's see if this acts as potential resistance. Because we've backtested it now. And this was a pretty aggressive 1 hour candle. And the 4 hour candle is now closing relatively soon. So, you know, you want to see us push back above 63.5 if you are bullish here. But if AI bubble pops, leverage is dangerous. Meow, if AI bubble pops, hopefully we can get into some very interesting shorts. Then leverage isn't so dangerous, is it? Guys, leverage is not the issue. Risk management is. We've been at it for approximately 4 hours. I can just compound for a massive long in the bull market, mine developing, because if you sell and buy back at local dips, you technically have less Bitcoin, right? Yeah, but guys, I would be trading the USDT pair. So what I mean is, see how I've entered this short on Bitcoin and I keep on taking profits and then I add to my position and take profits. This is, you know, ignoring my Bitcoin stack in the bull market. You know, I'll have my Bitcoin stack, but from an actual swing trading perspective, on the pumps, you take profits. Then when we have aggressive dumps, you add. And you just follow the trend. And the thing that's fun with the bull market is that in theory, it should last 3 years. Let's hope we get a nice bull market, right? That's the plan. That's the plan. But again, I know, like when I say things, guys, I try to keep it as simple as possible. But it's very, like someone will say, well, if it's that simple, everyone will do it. But the reality is, it's not true. UTOP24, I don't know if you're still watching, but UTOP24 commented saying, man, I've been watching you for 9 months and I still never managed to have a massive swing short in this market, right? If it was super easy, everyone would do it. I'm doing my best to guide my community members along the way based on what I am doing in the market. But if it was that easy, everyone would have massive swing shorts in this market. History has been playing out. History has been playing out, guys. Most influencers make their real money with affiliate fees and courses rather than trading. I feel like you're one of the very few living mostly off of your trading, but is it even close? Naturally, if I start having a gazillion community members, then the affiliate fees will increase. That's just how it works, right? But it's not very close. And the way you can really tell, in my opinion at least, is if someone, for the most part, guys, for the most part, if you've joined communities and there's a gazillion different trades, I should stop using the word gazillion, but you get the point. There's just a ridiculous amount of trades. It's probably because they're trying to, I don't know, farm fees or something like that. So some of you guys in the community have even said, man, you haven't posted a trade in a week. This happens, guys. If I'm a swing trader and there's no swing trading opportunities, I'm not taking new positions in the market, right? So I genuinely think that especially if you have a good amount of capital, swing trading is the way to go. I think it's the best way to do it. I really, really do. Hype has been a terrible scalp lately. What's below? Yeah, I haven't been trading hype, but I did get stopped out on my hype position about a week and a half ago. I wasn't here when you took the long at 58K. Can you show us why you took that trade? Absolutely ultra pilpo. So the logic behind that trade was, number one, if you've been watching the channel, we have been tracking the 2018 simulation scenario for Bitcoin multiple times. And what this scenario is that basically, instead of Bitcoin just absolutely puking into the summer and we have a massive, massive dump where we go much lower, like we did in 2022, we sweep the lows at the beginning of the year. And this is why I call it a simulation. Look at this. Look at this. Again, this brings me so much excitement just to share it with you because it's so crazy how the price develops. $5,900 in 2018. We have the dump. Beginning of the year. February. Relief rally. You get the gist of it. In bear markets, we get relief rallies. Into the summer. $5,700. And then we get another relief rally. And then we chop, 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 chop. I was always open to this scenario because, take a look at it. Let's remove the drawings. $59,000 low at the beginning of the year, literally the low basically on the same week from 2018. Then we sweep that level and look, everyone here, don't you remember, everyone here is calling for lower. We sweep the level and where is the low so far? 57,000. Basically a perfect 10x from 2018. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. And to answer the entry question, I wanted to enter here and it was worth the risk for me to take a trade because what you'll notice is we have this big range that Bitcoin was consolidating in 2024. And the value area low is a level where we typically have a lot of really strong reactions from within a big range. And the bigger the range, the more significant the reactions can be. So I was keeping my eyes on this level for a sweep of the 2024 value area low. So if I delete my drawing here, check it out. We swept the 2024 value area low. This was a high confluence zone for me. It made a lot of sense to enter a swing long. And we had tons of liquidity down below at the time to be grabbed, which we grabbed. And we had a lot of shorts piling in right here, like at between 62 to 65. So the fact that there was way more shorts, we grabbed the longs, we tapped into the 2024 value area low, we made the comparison of the 2018 potential simulation scenario, price failed to break down below the high established at the beginning of the year. All of that led me to believe that, okay, I am willing to take the risk on a swing long for Bitcoin in a bear market. That's basically it. Could the trade have not worked out? Yes, of course it could have not worked out. But all of this confluence allows me to have confidence in taking a trade, in taking a swing trade. And here we are now, comfy in our schlongs. I hope I've explained that well. That is a very interesting observation. Lionel for King, I think that we're very similar. Lionel for King says, swing trading is 100% best for me. My stop loss on the trade was actually at around Rayco Gonzalez. I'm answering this first because it's a quick one. It was actually at around $56,000. And honestly, I was actually willing to take another punt at a long if I would have gotten stopped out. Lionel for King, we are very similar. You say that swing trading is 100% the best for you because you have considerable capital. The problem is that you have a high achiever doer personality. Been rewarded my whole life for doing. Being patient is my bottleneck. I have been rewarded my whole life for doing as well, guys. I mean, I could not agree more with that, man. It's so true. You know, consistent action will beat anyone overthinking in any endeavor, except for trading. Except for trading. Now, the one thing that you can be consistent in trading is analyzing the charts before you take a setup. But constantly needing to enter a gazillion different trades per day is just a surefire way to get wrecked eventually. You know, for example, growing this YouTube channel. How do you grow a YouTube channel? In the crypto space, of course, you need to have some pretty good theses and you need to have some pretty solid analysis because that catches people's eyes. However, the real answer is in hardly missing a day. Consistent action. One of you guys asked me as well, hey, I want to be a crypto streamer. If you really want to be a crypto streamer, or even you want to cover the stock market, or you have you know, a sport that you're interested in that you want to post content about online, the only answer is consistent action. How are you meant, if you post one video a week, how are you meant to beat the guy that posts 10 times a week? The guy that posts 10 times a week, even though his videos may not be as good as yours, eventually he will be able to produce that kind of volume, and it will be better because of the practice from doing so much volume. I've talked about this quote so many times with Alex Hormozy, but you want to do so much volume that it would be unreasonable for you to not succeed. Darren Mitchell, I have more capital and I'm sticking to swings and the odd scalp, being patient and waiting for the right setup. Patience can be a superpower. Bitcoin is fooling around. It is. It's like swing trading goes against your primal masculine biology. The aggression is something I had to unlearn and it's still hard AF. Completely agree, man. Oof. All right, we're gonna chill a little bit. Let the charts do their thing. The 4-hour closes in 20 minutes. We're gonna take it a little bit easy. I've been yapping a lot for the past 4 hours. Still staying. Let's see if we can reclaim the pivots, guys. Let's see if we can reclaim the pivots. We're trying. We're trying. Where will you short SPC? Where will you short SpaceX? I will short SpaceX. I will let you guys know in the community. I would like to see a push higher. Holy smokes. Wow. What a pump, guys. What a pump. Yeah, Lionel for King says, an in real life mastermind group with a few guys who are big traders would be insane. At times it's lonely AF. An environment of like-minded in real life in this digital era would be super valuable. I've considered doing that and I've looked into it. Guys, I guess this would really only be for people with significant capital, because I have seen these meetups, like even if it's like self-development or like men's groups and these kinds of things, I've seen these meetups cost upwards of $25,000 to join. It's like really a premium event where we, you know, rent a place in Dubai, or we go somewhere all together, rent like a villa. Like these kinds of things are typically very expensive to host. So it would be expensive. That I'm positive of. I've thought about it though. It is a good idea. It is a good idea, because also, just saying this out loud, someone that has a significant amount of capital is less likely to, how do I say this? Do something not so great towards me. Because you hear of horror stories in crypto, but if we have a group where there's a bunch of very big and serious traders and we're all together, it's highly unlikely that, you know, something bad would occur there, because we're all very serious about what we do. Versus if you open it up to a meetup of people with a little bit less capital, sometimes things can happen. Sometimes if you let too many people join an event like that, yeah, you just hear of some bad things that can happen. But yeah, that's a great idea. I've thought about it, and I'll let you know if I decide to do it. I think it could be a pretty interesting opportunity for sure. For sure. Yeah, Matt, let's get a priority chat. Yeah. Yeah, less likely to be weird. Let's say that. Sure. Okay. So what's going on with Bitcoin here, guys? We have 13 minutes until the 4-hour candle close. It looks relatively okay. But the bulls, like if you're bullish right here, you do want to see us confirm back above. Otherwise, this could look like a failure and we could be sweeping lower. Your style of trading could work very well with you setting up alerts and showing up a couple times a week to take trades. Are you spending so much time here because you love your community so much? Yeah, literally. Guys, like I said, I wouldn't be doing these super long live streams and doing my video updates if, one, I didn't want to grow my community, which I do. You know, let's be honest. I like to grow the community. I like to have, you know, the more people that join, the bigger of an impact I can make. But two, you are completely correct in saying that if you want to be a swing trader, it can actually be as simple as having alerts for key levels and deciding whether or not you want to take the trade at such a key level. And that's it. And then you enter the trade based on the confluence on the charts. So it 100% works, 100%. I've been enjoying my summer so much, guys. You probably see me with a new background every couple weeks. One time I go visit my mom. One time I'm in Dubai. One time I'm going to see some friends across Canada. One time I'm in Spain. Like I'm all over the place. But that's the beauty of swing trading, right? It allows you to do these kinds of things. So yeah, absolutely. You can just set alerts if you wanted to, for sure. I hope we can swing lower just to go long again. You should do these streams more often, man. Having hella fun trading alongside the stream. My man, this is the schedule, guys. If you didn't know, this is my live stream schedule. I did start a little bit earlier today. Sometimes the schedule pivots based on if we have inflation data or FOMC, but I'm usually doing at least 3 live streams a week. So this is the usual schedule. This is the summer schedule. It will probably change after the summer, and I'll keep you updated as it does. But Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, I usually do live streams. Yesterday, I decided to do a video update because I was going to do a long live stream today. We're already at 4.5 hours today, and I can't believe I'm still talking. I'm going to be knackered after this. I just know it. But yeah, man. So stay tuned because there's going to be more live streams. You should do these live stream meetup. CBM has a good heart, no greed. It's easy to see and it's rare, adding value to the world. Thank you for what you do, my dude. Cali Compiler, I appreciate you, man. Ever since you joined the channel, it's been nothing but positivity. So I really do appreciate you, man. Cali is in the group as well. These streams have been gold information packed. Yasha, I'm very glad that you find that, because this is the thing. Sometimes it's hard to decide what you want to talk about in a video, but a lot of the inspiration, a lot of the valuable content that you're saying you're getting stems from me just being able to answer questions. So sometimes I get like that. You guys will say something, it'll fire me up, and then I'll start talking about it for 15 minutes straight. And then I'll get comments saying, oh, wow, that was really insightful. But it's just through your experience that you're able to actually talk about these things. And they're hard to talk about unless you're prompted. So it is helpful. Big Dog CBM, hardest working crypto streamer I've ever seen. Thank you, my man. Purchase Media, I appreciate you, my man. Hi, Matt. What's your opinion on prop firms, especially for beginners who don't know what they're doing? This could be a good idea to start scaling. Much love. So the thing with prop firms, guys, and actually if you join on Kraken, I believe that they are also semi-partnered with like Breakout, so you can get access to one, I believe. The thing with prop firms is there's nothing inherently wrong with them. I just think that the rules to be able to get access to the funds are pretty difficult sometimes. Maybe one day we can do like a prop firm trading challenge, but I haven't actually played around with prop firms that much, right? I genuinely haven't, and if I did, I would tell you. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I can't really formulate a good or bad opinion on them. I just know that I've heard a lot of people that when they pass the prop firm, they're happy because they have that capital, even though you're limited to the amount of drawdown and there's certain rules for you to keep access to your account. But I don't have enough experience with them to really give you an opinion on it. But I'll keep you updated if that changes. Yeah, it's crazy spending so much time in front of the screen and you still don't overtrade. Shows how solid you are. I appreciate you, Luco Solana, my man. Breakout doesn't have any strict rules, to be honest. No consistency rules or anything. That's awesome. I mean, I didn't know, right? I didn't know. That's awesome. Considering that the founder, I'm sure you guys have heard of Trader Main, is Canadian as well. So fucking epic. I hope maybe one day I can work with the guy. I think he's based out of Vancouver, Canada. I'm Canadian as well, so pretty sweet. Thank you for the offer, Diego. I appreciate it. Purchase Media, yeah. Guys, the glazing. But really, nothing has happened. I appreciate it, guys. I know some of you probably watch and think, oh my God, this glazing, like, get over it. But it makes up for the sometimes not so nice comments that I get. So thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Guys, right here, again, if you are bullish on Bitcoin, you want to see us reclaim this level. Otherwise, this could just be a potential rejection. 5 minutes until the 4-hour candle close. There is a lot at 150 as well. But. Baxter, being part of your community and having followed you for months, you're literally the only one I would consider buying a course from at any price. Is this something you have in mind? I've thought about it. I just don't. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know if, I've thought about making a course, but I know how much people in the space are like, oh, courses are bullshit, which I don't believe is the case. A course that's actually a good course is not bullshit, but I have genuinely thought about it. Yes. I will let you know, man. I will let you know. 145, you thinking? Elio teardrop. For SpaceX. Yeah, so I'm I would love to see a tap into that downtrending anchored VWAP. And to answer your question, and this is the thing, Baxter 9462, the other part of it is because I can just show up on camera and talk about what I'm doing, it's easier. If I had to make a course, I think that it would genuinely take weeks, maybe even months to go over absolutely everything that I look at. But maybe it'd be worth it, right? Okay, I'm out for a walk with my dog. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Legends. 28 World, thank you for tuning in, my man. Matsur, will you notice the community about taking the SpaceX trade? I would like to give it a try. It would be nice to have you as Confluence. Oh, Olivier, guys, to repeat myself for the zillionth time, I do not take on positions in the market without updating my community. So the answer to that would be yes. If I take a trade, you will know in the community. Guys, if you want to join the community, remember you do have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join and get access to all of my own personal insights in this market and when I take my own personal trades. Yes. So the answer is yes. We're still getting rejected, guys. This looks like a rejection. Mark me down for trading psychology professor if you do a course. My man. Hybrid artist, have a good one. Awesome stream. My man. Elon Musk, SpaceX AI officially launches new Grok 4.6 AI model. Awesome. Courses kind of carry a negative sentiment, even if they're good. I think you'd be much better off doing one-on-one lessons for people that are interested in learning from you. The hybrid artist, my man, unfortunately, I've gone back and forth with this whole one-on-one lessons, but I make enough money trading the market that for it to be worth the time spent one-on-one, I would have to charge a ridiculous amount of money, more than a course. So that's kind of the thing with courses, right? They're more scalable. You can help more people. I don't think it can claim, yeah guys, it's looking pretty weak here. No reclaim so far. Here's the thing, you can't teach experience. You got great instincts and that took time to develop. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. How do you look at your top-down analysis? I'm new to swing trading, currently trading the 4-hour. 4-hour is good, but it's exactly that. I first want to understand the context of the market. And the reason I don't really talk about the weekly or the monthly chart is because I already am well aware of it. That is my top-down, right? I know that Bitcoin is structurally in a bear market. Start on the weekly, start on the monthly, then I go down to the daily, monthly, weekly, daily, and then you look at the 4-hour. So any like long that I would personally take here would be knowing that the bigger picture is still bearish. That's how I look at it. So when I say I'm longing or I'm doing something or I'm betting on the price going up, which is effectively longing, I try to make it abundantly clear within the community that I am still bearish. I'm not sure if that really answered your question, but top down, I do start on the higher time frames. It's been so long now. It's been basically a year of Bitcoin being in a downtrend, not less than a year, but that I understand that the higher time frame analysis is still bearish, right? I've never heard of value area high, value area low, golden pockets and stuff like that before following you. I'm so sure many of your traders would like to be taught. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, real traders know about these metrics, right? Real traders know about this. A lot of people will just like, you know, back in the day, there's some creators, which I won't, you know, name them by name, but like they only point out something like a bull flag or a bear flag, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you have to look a little bit deeper within a range, and that's where these kinds of, you know, anchored VWAPs, volume profile, like these kinds of things come into play. Any trader that's worth it, any good trader knows of this already. Of course, they might not use it, but they definitely know about it. I like Blue Flames. The reason I chose Telegram is because, one, it's easier to implement. You can tell I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Is because I think Telegram is easier to implement bots and AI automations and these kinds of things, which I've started to do with my group in terms of bringing people into the group. It's almost fully automated. Of course, we sometimes need human intervention. And Discord, have you guys ever noticed in Discord when you join a community, you get messaged by a ton of different people looking to potentially scam you? Like, whenever I've joined a crypto community in the past, all of a sudden I get messaged by a ton of different people. I know there's probably ways to, you know, have your settings so no one can message you, but I find that more people get scammed on Discord. And my community is done in a way where you cannot see the other members, so it mitigates the risk of potentially getting scammed. I get worried about some of you. Party day, 73K to 55K. My base case is no longer that Bitcoin will hit 73K. I don't think it will happen. So yeah, I typically prefer Telegram because of the automations and because of the privacy side of things. In crypto, we like to be private, and I think Telegram does a better job of that than Discord. Deep breath. Dun-dun-dun. Four-hour close does look pretty ugly. Highest volume close since last Wednesday. Is that so? Yeah. I mean, highest volume sell candle since end of July, guys. I mean, when you get this kind of volume though, if the volume doesn't continue, maybe we get another pop to the upside. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. We need to reclaim the level though. No reclaim, no trade. Hi Matt, would you consider a BNB short at 629.26? That is a very oddly specific number. $629.26. 629.26. Sorry, I'm trying to decipher this. Where are you taking it from? Ah, is it there? Did I find it? 629.26. Right here? 628.22. 630. 635. 629.26. Am I missing something here, legends? 200-day moving average, 625. 632. I'm sorry, man, I can't find it. I would consider like maybe even from here. You're alive tomorrow as well, right? I'll let you know in the community, because it really depends how long we extend this live stream. You know, I could see that you guys are enjoying this one. We've been pretty stable with the viewers, and that means that I could stay a little bit longer. So if I do a 5, 6 plus hour live stream, 7, I don't know if I'll make it to 7 today, but if I do something like that, might be pretty knackered for tomorrow. But let's see. Let's see. Some of you were asking about my, I don't know why, but like the liquidation price for my big Bitcoin short. What's going on here? I see some streamers, they just do this. Ugh. This is a mess. How do I... How do I make this smaller? Ugh, I'll just give up. Are you looking for the balance on the 15-minute? Any take on the XRP price action? No, I have, unfortunately, I don't have any take on the XRP price action, guys. Blue Flames, there is nothing more thrilling this world has to offer than sitting on my ass and looking at the charts for 12 hours. Oof, shit, I just spilled some water everywhere. One sec, guys. Why does it do that? Yeah, I guess not. This is stupid. Like they show the active positions like zoomed in. I don't know what I'm trying to do, guys. I could just remove it. Anyone going to the Into the Cryptoverse event in Miami? I am not, although it would be a pretty interesting event, honestly. I would imagine that there's going to be some pretty smart individuals going there. Could be fun. We are about to dive. No, this isn't the outro song. I'm here for a bit longer, guys. I'll be here. I'll be here. Right now, we're trying our best to basically hold. We're trying our best, guys. We're trying our best to hold and reclaim 63.5K. But guys, no break above. This is not easy price action. We're trying to hold the anchored VWAP, the uptrending anchored VWAP. I think some people don't understand what liquidation price actually is. Kat from Rastat says, bro, you have 50x leverage, but your liquidation was $208,000 on Bitcoin. How is that possible? Guys, look how much profit I've realized. I have more capital in the account than what you're seeing from a P&L perspective. So naturally, the liquidation price is much higher. Also, my stop loss is at break even, so I cannot lose any money on these trades. All right. Good morning, Matt. What did I miss? William Sadler. Good morning, my man. You missed Bitcoin getting rejected, basically. Are you using cross margin? Yes, I am using cross margin, guys. All right, guys. Looks like we're trying to do the reclaim on Bitcoin. Looks pretty good for the reclaim. Come on. Push up. Struggling a little bit here. Struggling. You miss long or short now? Let's see, guys. Do we get that dip lower? Cross margin is better than isolated. Define better. If you're an inexperienced trader, use isolated. Not financial advice, but cross margin opens up your entire account. Isolated, it's only what you're risking on that given trade. If you're inexperienced, use isolated. When is CPI? Crim, we've already been through it. CPI did not change. It was in line with the consensus. CPI was approximately 4 hours ago. Danny Tanner, exactly. Cross margin ruined many people on 10 out of 10. Exactly. Mate, when are you going to close your bigger short totally? Do you have a number in mind? So I have in the community, in my pinned message, I share basically what my targets are on my trades. And my targets for my swing short, my next targets, because my target was 90K, 87K, 80K, 74K, 70K, 63K, 60K, and now my target is 55K, 50K. And I may add a cheeky 45K if we get even remotely close to there. So I'm probably going to close my big short at some point, but I would actually like to add to the position. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. How are you so sure Bitcoin is going to hit 50K? I'm not, guys. I'm not. From a probabilistic perspective, the probabilities favor Bitcoin dropping lower. But like I just read to you, QC Porto, I take profits on the way down. So if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter because I've realized a lot of profits from my Bitcoin short. So if you ask me if I know with absolute certainty that Bitcoin is going to do something, the answer is always no. I just play the probabilities. All right, we just got a 5-minute close back above the level. In break-even number, will we still pay some fees to the exchanges? Thanks for your answer in advance. Yes, guys. So you pay fees to exchanges when you enter a trade, regardless of how the trade goes. That's how exchanges can make money. So if I took a Bitcoin long and my Bitcoin long didn't play out, I still pay the opening fee to the exchange and the closing fee, right? Retail is longing like crazy. How is the CVD looking? Yeah, we got some interesting longs jumping in here. Right at the previous day value area low. See how we held that support? Look at that. Look at that, guys. So now we see there are a lot of longs jumping in here. Yeah. Darren Mitchell, if you worry about fees, you shouldn't be trading. I largely agree. The only time, I understand people with a little bit more capital. Like I'm VIP on most of these platforms, and that reduces my fees. But it's only because I trade with a good amount of capital. If you're trading with, under $10,000, I think fees are the least of your concern. Have I closed my Bitcoin long? No, I have not, guys. I took profits from my Bitcoin long, but I have not closed it. Legends, I think that a lot of trades are coiling up here, a lot of potential trading opportunities. if you want to see how I've been trading the market or when I decide to take my next trades in this market, remember you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll get access to my community. It's where I share all of my own personal trades. And a reminder, it is not a monthly subscription. It is not a monthly subscription. What do I think of Nvidia short? I guess you're speculating on a lower high here, right? But last week's candle was absolutely ridiculous. So I just, I don't know. This looks, I probably wouldn't short this. Me personally, I probably wouldn't short this. Which exchange do I have to join through your referral? Crypto K91, no. Mohammed, which exchange I'll have to join through your reference? Whichever one you want, man. We have lots of options down below. A lot of people like Kraken, very secure. They've been around the block for so long. You guys know I trade mostly on Bluffin, so there's that to consider as well. It is my go-to, but you have all the options down below. And if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll see the options as well. How are the spot ETFs doing? Meh. Does Kraken have a Mika license? Yes, they do. Right? Yes, Kraken does hold a Mika. How does auto break even on Bluffin work? So auto break even basically just allows you to click a button and your stop loss goes to break even. Now, if you already have a trade open on Bluffin, like you see how I have my big Bitcoin short, my auto break even that says 121,000, the only reason it's that high is because I've taken 450K in profits from my short. So what this actually means is it calculates it based on if you were to lose $0 from the trade if price goes against you. So if I were to open a new position here, and let's say I enter a Bitcoin short and we dump, and price has already dropped a few $1,000s from my entry. If you click auto break even and you have not taken profits yet, I think what happens is it just goes right to your entry, which means that if price reverses, you don't lose any money on the trade, minus the trading fees, I believe. So I think that's how it works. It's just an easy way because, you know, I've actually talked to Bluffin about this, but you know, you want, some people want to move their stop loss to break even to protect their capital, and this is an easy way to do it. Rather than manually going in and setting it, you could click auto break even. And obviously the auto break even changes if you've taken profits from the trade, because it calculates it based on if the trade were to be net zero. Boss, what is the logic behind the trade in Bitcoin? Boss, I don't know, man. Guys, I've been in these trades forever. I've taken profits on the way down. I've added to my position. I've explained my logic across multiple videos. Maybe this is me being grumpy because we've been on the live stream for 5 hours, and I have no issue re-explaining it, but I think everyone understands the logic behind my trades now, right? Can we agree on that? Basically, Bitcoin is in a bear market and I've been shorting Bitcoin. But when we hit high confluence zones, like $58,000, I went long on Bitcoin, right? But I think for the most part, everyone that's been watching understands my higher time frame analysis. And if you don't, I would recommend that you watch my 2 last video updates where I go over the higher time frame, what I think could be happening next in the market. Basically, I think that Bitcoin chops around. Maybe we set a new high, but if we don't, I think that we're going to chop and then likely head lower, as we've done in the previous cycles. Off the Grid says, I think we're coiling for the next leg down. It is entirely possible. But in the meantime, Bitcoin will do its best to chop out a lot of traders. Doug's, no, I haven't looked at the Anthropic pre-IPO on Bluffin. I have not. But it doesn't surprise me because they did the same thing with SpaceX, right? Do you dabble with Elliott wave theory? Not that much. I would like to look into it, but like I said, with some of the previous questions about different trading strategies and different forms of analysis, I try not to cloud what I've already been doing that's worked so well. But I will say, a lot of you guys know Andy and Devolt from MindPillar. I will say that oftentimes we don't talk, and then we'll message each other, and we will literally enter the exact same position without communicating with each other. So it just goes to show that you can have different trading strategies and they can actually lead to the same outcome and the same kind of execution on a trade. So that's baffling to me. Like, it's like almost the exact same entry. Especially on scalps. They like scalping a lot more. So Mikal says, I am just sharing my opinion, but I think we have bottomed. We will just chop around till October. Oof. If we chop around until October, that would be crazy. But I would say that at the bare minimum, I still think we have a lower low. But maybe it doesn't go that low. Maybe it doesn't go to the 40s. Maybe it doesn't go to the low 50s. Maybe it goes to mid 50 and that's it. But I don't think that the low is in for the bear market, right? But Blue Flames, if Elliott Wave works for you, don't let what I say deter you away from it. Everyone has their own way of trading. There's so many different strategies. All I can really say is if you have a successful strategy, don't cloud it with other strategies that other people are talking about. If yours is working, there's no reason to overcomplicate it. Nikita, how are you doing? I saw your comment on the other video. Nikita said that the titles and thumbnails make the content look cheap. And I completely understand where she's coming from. But the thing is, in an industry where basically no one's paying attention, it's hard to garner attention. And at the end of the day, I produce videos to get as much reach as possible. So because of that, I tend to have sensationalized titles and sensationalized thumbnails, but I hope that when you watch the content, you can see how level-headed I am. That's just to get people to watch, to see what I'm talking about, but then when they watch me, I hope that what I have to say resonates with them. I am not a hype boy, I promise. Mohammed Bala, you can't access, you will not be able to search up the group. It is a private group. But can you elaborate a little on the rectangle above the fixed range value? How do you add this to the chart? Guys, this is just a regular rectangle. You just go here, you go rectangle, and you just draw it. And I've added different colors. You can modify the colors by going into your settings, right? I just added it because this would be a pivotal zone for SpaceX to get through because it marked previous consolidation and support. So I would expect us to have a little bit of difficulty getting through here, right? The high saturation red and green thumbnails crack me up. Yeah, I know. It's pretty cringe, isn't it? Ugh. For the anchored VWAP, I like to take it from best case scenario from the ultimate high to the ultimate low. So basically, I took the anchored VWAP from the highest point for SpaceX thus far, and I've taken it from the lowest point for SpaceX thus far. And right now we are in between both. Blue Flames, trading is such a mathematical, curious spectacle to me. If I see a new trading strategy I'm unfamiliar with, I look into it just for the fun. That's awesome, man. If you can find joy out of that as well, that's absolutely epic. Nikita, I hope your exam went well. Guys, we've been at it for 5 hours and 24 minutes. So there's a couple of things that I'm looking at. SpaceX is one of them. Macron is one of them. Pump is one of them. And BNB is one of them. Yeah, SpaceX is ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping. Sorry, Matt, if I made you feel bad about the thumbnail. No stress, guys. I don't feel bad about it. I think it's good that I justify why I do what I do. I think you guys could see that I'm pretty level-headed. Someone asked me about checking Tesla, which we did check. Oof, Tesla's not looking too hot. I would imagine I have this pivot marked out. Wow, we really, like, Legends, I understand that I don't take a gazillion different trades, but it's pretty spectacular how often just price reacts to levels. A lot of people say like, oh, trading is bullshit. You know, how could you know? Of course, you have to understand the probabilistic nature of it. But look, someone asked me to check Tesla. Where did we get a bounce from? Literally a previous local high. We're holding above this local high. So if you are a scalper, you could have literally entered a long trade on Tesla at $300, captured a 13% move, and you can even use leverage if you wanted to, because you can trade Tesla on Bluffin as well. Guys, it's just, again, with what Blue Flames has been saying, it's just incredible. Now, does this mean we're going to continue higher? I genuinely don't know here. I genuinely don't know. So I would say that just Frankie, never hating. I understand you do certain things. It's still funny. It's still funny though. Yeah, it's absolutely, it's hilarious. Sometimes I'll post a video with a thumbnail and I'm just like, what am I even doing with these thumbnails? But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Very, very interesting with Tesla. I mean, the swing, like the longing opportunity comes from here, which we've already hit, right? We've already hit this level. And this isn't me, this is not me with a bunch of different indicators and this and that. I flicked on the chart and I remembered that I had put a line at the recent pivot where we got rejected from. And naturally, these pivots tend to act as at least local support. Look at the bounce. It's just crazy to me. Woof. Daily Bitcoin chart is breaking down slowly. It is breaking down slowly, guys. And same thing with Nvidia here. You know, you asked me about Tesla. This was a decent scalp longing opportunity. Right here. Right at a recent pivot. It's not like it's not rocket science, and sometimes these things break down, but from a probabilistic, like this is still a 4% pump. You use a little bit of leverage for a little scalp. Pretty solid. All of these assets that you're seeing, Nvidia, Tesla, SpaceX, everything can be traded on the exchanges that I have down below. Bluffin is my go-to, as you probably know by now, but you can trade them on Weeks, you can trade them on BTCC, you can probably trade them on 2bit. You have the exchanges down below if you'd like to join, and you also get access to the community. If that sounds interesting to you, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to be able to join my group. It's not a paid monthly membership. That's not how it works. You trade with your own capital. That's how it works. Rocket. This thing's a rocket ship. Ramsey Sweden loaded 1M to short SpaceX at 152. Ramsey Sweden, are you within my community? That is the question. Because if you are and you're trading with that kind of capital, I add you to the priority folder. But if you're not, then no stress. Blue Flames, on my charts, I have ascending support and resistance trend line compressing Tesla price. If we hold this level, we should rotate back to $400. Wow, that would be a nice pump, wouldn't it? I want to see why you're saying 152. 151. Maybe this pivot, right? 153. 152. Like, I think it's just a general zone, right? Holy smokes, this thing is ripping. So we swept this local high. Dang, still live, my man. Yes, I told you, legends, it would be a long live stream. So if you go on the daily time frame, you're saying daily time frame. Right here. This daily close. If you go on the daily time frame and mark candles close for us, really at the pivot points, that's where you find the 152. It's a level based. Yeah, like I guess you're saying this one right here, right? Pumpy pumpy. Yeah, I'm gonna wait before I enter anything here. I think it's too risky. Still holding up, legends. Still holding up. For now. But anyways, I want to see a top higher. If we don't get it, we don't get it. That's part of trading, right? One of you guys said one blue flames. Guess everyone is buying up MU. Is that the case? Is everyone buying MU? Yeah, I mean, we're getting that nice squeeze to the upside on Macron. Legends, everything that you're seeing me look at here will be traded within my community. So, you know, I look for opportunities in the market. If I can spot the opportunities, I take them. If you want to see how I've been trading this market, remember, you do have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. This thing just rips to the upside. Rick Ty, that logic makes sense, but I think we need to be careful because I don't think the simulation is going to be exactly like that. That would be insane. But I think we need to be very careful with that kind of analysis. It was interesting to see after the fact that that's what happened. But PPI is tomorrow, guys. CPI was today. So CPI was, where is it? Economic calendar. CPI 3.4. Or sorry, CPI, you could see here. Inflation rate year over year, 3.4. Inflation rate month over month, 0.1. 2.5% for core inflation year over year, and 0.2% for month over month. Oof. Guys, I know you're here for Bitcoin, but like, come on. Come on. Like, are you enjoying this price action? I know it's boring, guys. It's boring. But Mohammed, that means you have to disable it in your settings. Ramsey Sweden, I tend to agree. The first level that I have in mind for SpaceX is 146-ish, 146.7, simply because we have the, I should put it in my watch list, but 148, sorry, 148 I should say. On the daily, it's 146. Yeah, opening price 150, right? So let's see. Let's see. Massive green candle for now, though. Rick Ty, you said SpaceX value area low is 150? Are you taking the entire history? Is that why? Because this was a great long for the value area low of the range. But I guess if you're taking the whole range, you want to do it from start to... I don't know what you're looking at, man. Value area low. The value area low of the entire chart is the value area high of this range. So I don't know what you're saying, my man. I'm not sure why there's no volume. I must have removed it. It's just volume. Yeah, the volume is decreasing. But the volume has, like, the thing is, the volume's been decreasing on this rally, right? So... Dun, dun, dun. Legends, if you want to join the community, remember, it is the first link in the description down below. Let's do a like check. I know a lot of you have tuned out. We've been at it for around 2 and... 2... We've been on it for 6 hours, Legends. 6 hours. Smash that like button if you've enjoyed it so far. And make sure to join the community if you haven't already. Oh, you're talking about the entire top area. So right here, above the value area high. So from like here to here? No. Ah, I see what you're saying. From here to like here, yeah? Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Yeah, right around there. Oh, it's time. Honestly, it's gonna be nice to get a buzz cut relatively soon. Okay. Okay. So, Bitcoin is effectively doing nothing. Just chopping around, guys. Just chopping around. So today we had a rejection. Check this out. Are we still... We're technically still below the uptrending anchored VWAP. And... let's see. Let's take a look at the footprint. A lot of longs jumping in. Couple of shorts. Open interest increasing. Still chopping right below resistance. Right below resistance, guys. One of you guys said... One of you said, Blue Flames, if you look at Bitcoin on the 5 minute, it's clear what's happening. A bullish pattern is forming, just bearish key resistance as liquidity bait. 90% of the time, small time frame bull patterns fail in broader downtrends. On the 5 minute, yeah, on the 5 minutes. But like this, yeah, 100%, I agree. It's kind of just choppy. It doesn't look like we want to pop up that much higher from here. So MU is slowly pushing up. Guys, we've started the live stream. We've started the live stream before the stock market opens. And right now it is 1 p.m. Go relax, my man. Top live stream again. All right. We have been live for 5 hours and 54 minutes. We'll wrap it up in 5. Let me get past that 6-hour mark and we'll call it a day, guys. This looks pretty meh by Bitcoin. You know, we're chopping right below resistance. Looks like we could be getting a rejection here at any moment. You know, SpaceX is ripping. I talked about the levels that I'm looking at. The current assets that I'm looking to trade, Pump, SpaceX, Bitcoin, obviously, and BNB. Pump is interesting because there's a lot of liquidity to the downside. And it's ripped a lot recently. So this one has my eyes. Macron looks like it's just kind of consolidating. You would expect a local rejection at the downtrending anchored VWAP. Totally possible. Yeah. I don't know. 3, 6. Chainlink is dead, says King David. Yeah. I mean, it just kept on bleeding against Bitcoin, right, guys? Just Frankie says, dump it. Yeah, it looks like we can get a bit of continuation to the downside here. Yeah. Something like this towards that next target. Let's see. How is CVD looking before we wrap up? All right, you got a lot of liquidity right below us, guys. Right below us. Oh, we pumping more. Sorry, I'm so distracted by SpaceX now. But if we take a look at Bitcoin, this is what I'm saying, guys. I still think that we get a nice push up at some point. But for now, the closest cluster is right below us. Right below us. I might play with, guys, I might play with my scalp short that I took at 66,800. I've already secured 15K on this trade, but I might add to this position. Like it looks like we're, I'll keep you guys updated in the community if I decide to make any new adjustments, as always. Legends, we've been at it for over 6 hours. If you enjoyed the content, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell. I know that some of you sometimes miss the live streams and the video updates. If you only like the video updates, well, if you go back and watch my last video update, everything that I talked about still applies. That's the beautiful thing about these video updates. As a swing trader, nothing has really changed, right? I hope you enjoyed the stream. I think that's a wrap. 6-hour live stream today. Thank you all for tuning in. Great to chat with some of you. And I will see you in tomorrow's video. Make sure to join the community if you haven't already, because there will likely be some updates relatively soon. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.